Good morning and welcome to the October 22nd, 2019 Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting. This meeting is called to order. We'll go into closed session agenda.
Item 1, conference with labor negotiator. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, closed session with county designated labor negotiator Che Johnson regarding employee organization Service Employees International Union.
Is there any public comment regarding this item?
Yes, I'm a member of the public and I have comment. Really, I have nothing to say about this, but I like wasting your time. Regarding employee organization, Service Employees International Union. As you know, I'm a big supporter of unions. This is a service union and not a professional or what would be called a union that is specific to an occupation. So I treat this union a little bit differently than I treat those unions. This union had, in the past, tried to take over unions that I'd been associated with, and I never appreciated that. But they do have a place in our society, and they have a place in this county to an extent. I would like you to look favorably on them and favorably on your negotiator, Johnson. So this conference with labor negotiator, fantastic.
Thank you. Is there any further public comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll move to item 2.
Item 2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, one case pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2.
Here's the dilly and dally on what's going to happen. I actually know what this is about, but because of the rules of the board, we're going to just talk about what I want to talk about. You have a CAO that was severely beaten.
Excuse me, Mr. Stratton, this is regarding
Yes, it
this
is.
item on our agenda.
Yes,
if you have
it
other
is.
public comment,
Yes,
you
it
bring in
is.
public comment
You're going to
time.
be sued by him most likely. That would be a lawsuit, and that would be covered under conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. You should anticipate that.
Continue.
Okay. Well, thank you very much again. You didn't move on this quickly enough. Immediately when you have a situation which an employee is involved in a felony, usually what you do is you...
Excuse me, I do not believe that the item is referring to our CAO. It's referring to 1795, I believe.
Section 5, well, it doesn't say it here. It doesn't say it in your agenda. This agenda is a contract with the public. When you write it.
Get through your 3 minutes so we could go back to our work, Mr. Stroughton.
I will go through my 3 minutes, Mr. Board Chair.
Thank you.
The issue here is that you didn't have a closed session immediately when this happened. Whenever you have an employee that's involved in a felony that has a responsibility with the county, it's imperative that you move quickly to protect his reputation as well as the reputation of the county. Usually what you do is call a closed session, and in that closed session you put him on administrative leave, have an investigation of whatever you have to investigate, and then take action later on, whatever that action has to be. You didn't do that in this case. He could sue you because his reputation is tarnished now because he's under medication and in severe pain taking action. He is not in complete control of his critical faculties at this time. Okay? So I would very much like it if you would consider having a closed session regarding Mr. Alt to avoid litigation from either party. And I'm not talking about Mr. Benjamin. Okay? I just want you to have a closed session. Please. Please. The reputation of the county is at stake here, not the individuals. Are we see clearly on this? I think we do. 36 seconds going. Whatever investigation you folks do, I'll be looking into this too. independently, because it is imperative that this county operate in a way that is respectable and respects everybody. That includes the board chair, regardless of how you feel about me. It includes you too. I try to treat you with respect but when you get me mad, you know, Jack.
Thank you very much, Mr. Otten. Have a good day. Now recess into closed session. We'll return at 9 o'clock. Good morning. Good morning, and welcome to the Calaveras Board of Supervisors meeting for October 22nd, 2019. If you are able, will you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? Madam Clerk, will you please lead us?
Let us begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We'll move to announcements.
Do you want report of closed session?
We're
not gonna move to announcements.
Closed session will remain open till the end of the day.
No, we've got two.
Okay, excuse me. We will report on item number 1. Thank you.
Item number 1, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, closed session with county designated labor negotiator Che Johnson regarding employee organization Service Employees International Union. There was no reportable action taken. Item 2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, one case pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2. This item remains open.
Thank you. Announcements. We'll move on to announcements. Clerk, you want to read it?
Okay.
Good morning, Board,
Nope.
Chair, and Marita. Don't hit me. I'm not asking for any money.
That's fine.
He's already done.
I would like to recognize a couple of our long-term employees that are retiring. I'd like Sherry Matos to step up real quick. Sherry started with our OES program. She was transferred to the Sheriff's Office in November of 2005. Since then, Sherry has assisted with the accounting and grants for various areas in the Sheriff's Office and our Custody Bureau. She's been a huge asset. She was in the Sheriff's Office, and we moved her over into the jail to help with budgeting. She's been phenomenal. She's going to be greatly missed. Did Joe show up?
Yep, he's here.
Joe's here. Her husband, Joe. I want to thank Joe for allowing her to put up with me for as long as she has. So I want to give kudos to her for her time with the county, again, since 2005. So thank you very much, Sherry.
Thank you, Sherry.
It's the one time we
And
were
then
clapping.
Gary Domazlicki. Can I go first, please, Mom? Gary started with the department in 2004. Don't go away, Sherry. He started with the department in 2004, working in our dispatch center. He then moved over to our sheriff services tech position in 2005. Since becoming sheriff's tech, he's worked the front counter, assisting the public with records requests, live scans, and routing reports to the probate agencies. Gary's super special because he retired as a teacher. So for all of us old folks that were in the sheriff's office that didn't know how to spell and have grammar and punctuation, he was our guru. So if we had a question, he was phenomenal, because when our reports went to the DA's office, they didn't kick them back. And if they did, we could blame Gary. But we never got him kicked back at that point. So he was phenomenal. He's been great at the front counter, as Sherry was, working with people that come in. I've had people come to the office when Gary's out sick or on vacation or wherever, and they say, well, we'll wait till Gary gets back. So he's been a huge asset to the department, and he will be surely missed. I know Marita's got a couple things to say, but I want you board members to know, and yes, Marita too, that tomorrow we're going to have a little ceremony at the sheriff's office where we'll be giving them some plaques for their years of service, and you're all invited.
Thank you very much,
So-
Sheriff, and
What
thank you,
time?
Gary.
Time.
What time?
Oh, I'm not telling you. I think noon, or is it at noon? Yeah, it's at noon at the sheriff's office.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mom.
Our Madam Vice Chair fought her way up to the podium, so.
Thanks, Sheriff.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I got to know Sherry when she worked at the boat barn. Y'all thought that NCIS were the originators of the boat barn. No, Sherry was at the original boat barn. And she's been a hidden secret. All the paperwork having to do with applying to OES and making sure it was done, Sherry did it, where it was terrorism, whether it was hazmat, where it was the MAC team. Sherry's the one that kept the whole group together. You know, the boys wanted to go play with their toys, and Sherry would make sure everything was done well. So on behalf of the board and me, have your dream and fulfill. But I got a story after I tell Gary. Okay, so Gary, I have one for you. Well, he's not Gary to me, he's the professor. For the reasons that Rick mentioned, those of you who've worked with me know that grammar is really important, and what you write represents you, and then it represents the county. And if I ever had a question, is it then, or except, or whatever, so I'd call the professor, and he would tell me grammatically what it was done. So I am looking for somebody to take his place. Anybody here? Are you nodding? Yes, you'll do it? No. So what I hope you two do with this is, at least for the first month, you write down why you're so happy to be gone.
Well, real quickly, I wanted to
Thank
thank Vonnie, also Gary's spouse, for allowing him to work with us. And I'm going to work on her to employ Gary to come back at budget time so he can schmooze Marita, so I might get what I need.
Gary, Sherry, thank you very much for all your service to the county. And Sheriff, thank you for the night. Thank you, Supervisor Callaway, for the unexpected pleasure. Oh, yes. We will return to announcements.
Let the
Supervisor-
staff get through with their announcements.
Okay. Staff have any announcements today? Kristen, welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Kristen Stranger, Health and Human Services Agency. In honor of October being recognized as Domestic Violence Awareness Month, the Health and Human Services Agency invites the community to join us for a candlelight vigil and speak out to honor those who have lost their lives to domestic violence, offering hope and support to those who are still facing abuse, and celebrate all survivors. There will be guest speakers, there will be community resources available, and the event and the candlelight vigil and speak out will be this coming Thursday, October 24th, from 5:30 until 7:30 at the San Andreas Library patio. If there's any questions, you could reach out to the Health and Human Services Agency, but we have been distributing a flyer over the past month or so. So again, we invite everybody to join us and hope to see you there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chad?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, members of the board. I just wanted to take this time to announce the PSPS. I'm sure you guys have either received or have seen the social media. What is currently going on is within Calaveras County, there's 14,586 customers that are set to be shut down. The shutdown is supposed to begin tomorrow at approximately 1700 or 5 p.m. That shutdown will last until Thursday at noon, where they're supposed to receive the all clear for the weather. Once the weather all clear is received, then they will begin the line inspections and be shutting everybody back on. I was just on a 7:30 conference call, and they're hoping a 100% restoration by 7 o'clock on Friday after the line inspection. So I just wanted to take this time and announce that, and please follow the social media as I'm posting everything they're giving to me.
Where will they set up resiliency centers?
We have tentative, I fear saying it because I have not had them locked in. So if everybody knows to take that with a grain of salt, the tentative locations are Meadowmont up in Arnold, the West Point Community Center up in West Point, and then we're locking in with Murphy's Fire Department at the community center there at Murphy's. So those are the tentative dates. I'm just waiting for PG&E to give me, yes, we have these locked in, and then I will advertise those for certain.
Thank you very much. Other announcements from staff? Seeing none from the board?
Yes, thank you.
Mills?
Chair, considering the situation that has been brought into the public's view with our CAO, I am requesting that this board convene a meeting to discuss what has happened, to review what has happened, and also to make our statement about it and what our next steps are. So I know that my first email to you was somehow misplaced, and I did send an email to you regarding that, and I would like the board to consider that meeting as soon as possible.
Supervisor Mills, we generally consider special meetings for a poll of the board at the end of the meeting. Would you like to bring that back at that time?
I'll bring it back then.
Thank you. We'll move on to public comment.
Public comment. Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the next order of business. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued as the last item of business in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of comments to be heard.
Thank you. Before we begin, there's always new people in the room, so we'll review the rules again. Everybody will have 3 minutes. This is not a question and answer period. The board, of course, can ask any questions they'd like at the conclusion of public comment. I'm very serious about the fact that it's very difficult for people to come up and speak in public comment. Often people are very nervous. Therefore, there will be no clapping or booing. If you like what somebody has to say, happy hands. If you don't, you could go thumbs down. But there'll be no sniping allowed from the crowd. Everybody, I expect to be respectful. Public comment is for items not on the agenda, so if it's, because this is a comprehensive approach to a cannabis debate today, there's almost nothing that can be said from here during public comment that should be cannabis related. So, with that, Mr. Wilson, please lead us off.
Good morning, Board. It's been a while. My wife and I have been taking care of our grandson, and my wife's been fighting cancer. Today you're making decisions that are going to greatly affect everyone's lives in this room. In the beginning, God gave mankind one law. It's don't eat the fruit of that tree, for surely you will die. But they did eat from that tree. They found the fruit to be good. It opened their eyes, gave them knowledge. Did God lie to them? Or was he just trying to save them from having that knowledge? They were expelled from the garden before they could eat the fruit of the tree of everlasting life. So you can say, we did die from it. We will die. After that, God freed the Israelites from Pharaoh. He gave Moses 10 laws or commandments. We can't even have them publicly displayed in our country anymore. Those laws, the Israelites rebelled against. Throughout history, mankind has rebelled against unjust laws. Are the laws we sit here today contemplating just or unjust? Are they fair, unfair? Do they favor one side or another? Do they favor a certain group of people? Do they enrich the county through taxes and fees? Or do they take away from the freedoms that we supposedly have in this country? Freedoms to, as in the Pledge of Allegiance, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Is medical health Is that a right in this country? Do we have the right to take the medicines we want, or are we forced to take the medicines that government allows? That's a question you all have to answer. I have no vote in this. You're not putting it to a vote of this county. You're leaving it up to 5 people to make that decision. I hope you make a good one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Mr. Stroughton?
How's everybody doing today? Yeah, let's just save that. I'm not going to talk about the county's efforts at community outreach and how they could be so disastrous. Instead, I'm going to talk about process and why we have process and why we've come up with processes that at times are not written, but are carried out over time and carried out in ways that are very specific to keeping people safe and keeping people honest and keeping people protected. And one of those processes is the closed session regarding employees. I know that you feel very threatened by the idea of having the board make decisions, Chair. But they are equals to you. And as equals, you should respect them and they should respect you. I have respect for you, even at times when you make mistakes. I still respect you as a person. When you originally came here, I offered my hand in friendship. That was never accepted. I wasn't hurt. I understand. I've offered my hand in friendship to many of you, and some of you have accepted it. And some of you, have been a long time now, and I appreciate you as people. But in order to continue with this level of respect that I have for you as a board, you have to stand up at times, all of you, and make your voice known to the chair, and make sure that he is operating within the parameters of good governance. We all make mistakes. Perhaps the mistake that you have made can be corrected at this time. The damage cannot, but perhaps the mistake can be corrected to the extent necessary to protect the CAO, those that may have been charged with crimes, and the community.
Thank you very much. Sir?
Good morning. I'm Dr. Don St. Clair. I am a retired professor of medicine from Stanford who has lived in Angels for the last 13 years. I'm here because I have heard no one discuss the detrimental effects of this product.
Sir?
And yes.
We'll be discussing cannabis during the regular agenda. This is for items not on the agenda.
The reason I've come in early is I'm sorry I have
Sir?
an ill wife and an ill dog at home and I can't stay.
Sir, I'm very sorry to hear that, but I have to apply the rules equally. It'll probably only be, I'm sure people will allow you to go to the front of the line, probably only be another 15, 20 minutes. If you could wait, that'd be appreciated.
20 minutes?
Sir, I don't know the exact time, but we have to obey the rules of the board.
I'll try to wait for that time.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Wilson?
Good morning. Joan Wilson, District 1. Honorable Supervisors, every one of you are trying to do your best, I know that. Honorable Chairman, In the early 1900s, Charlotte Haley was the woman that inspired the pink ribbon. With her, it was peach. It was a peach ribbon. For Charlotte, it was a tool to inspire women to become politically active to find the cause of breast cancer, such as cleaning up the carcinogens in the environment. She put them on a card. She put these peach ribbons on a card, and that card read, quote, "The National Cancer Institute annual budget is $1.8 billion. Only 5% goes to cancer prevention. Help us wake up our legislators and America by wearing this ribbon." I don't care if you wear a pink ribbon or a peach ribbon, but think of your mothers, think of your aunts, your grandmothers, your daughters, and think of those veterans that are on the front lines that have to endure the carcinogens that will later in their life possibly cause cancer. Recently, a local doctor, told me that 1 in 2 women suffer from some form of breast cancer. A cure would be wonderful. But that is not why I'm speaking to you. It is not your area of expertise. But you can do something. You have the power to write regulations to help find and fight the cause of not only breast cancer, but many cancers, and help a cure be available. Olivia Newton-John has breast cancer. I'll talk more about her later. Let's not put profits over people, especially sick people. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan. Brock Estes, Valley Springs, I won't take but a moment. In light of Mr. Mills' suggestion that you need another meeting, I just wanted to remind the board that this is one of the few months of the year when you have a 5th Tuesday. And in the past, we've often had meetings that began at 6 p.m. on the 5th Tuesday. So if you sought a meeting time where more people would actually be able to see the board in action, I don't know if we've had a 6 p.m. meeting recently. And there's only a few months of the year when you have a 5th Tuesday. This is one. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. Gina Gonzalez, Angels Camp. It's been a while. I just wanted to say to Joan that my heart goes out to you. You're in my prayers. You really are. Breast Cancer Awareness Month is this month, and also eating disorders for children is this month. Anybody that has children, boys, girls, it touches many of our lives. Eating disorders are 5% of the children that are diagnosed in this country with eating disorders die from either suicide or starvation. It's a mental health issue that has touched my life. Our kids are our prize and possessions. Children are our future. We need to start having this conversation in mental health. We need to start making it okay for people to talk about eating disorders. I can't tell you what it does to families. It ruins them. And we need to start talking about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez.
Hi, good morning. I'm just here to talk about a straight procedural issue. Has nothing to do with anything on the agenda. September 12th, a large group of us were denied public comment unlawfully. The sheriff department was called by the planning chair unlawfully. September 18th, we were also denied public comment unlawfully under CEQA, which has nothing to do with anything on the agenda today, but it has to do with CEQA. We were unlawfully called again. The sheriff's office was unlawfully called again. I called the sheriff's business line to tell them that I would be respectfully and civilly resisting that, and that's what we did. County Council Sarah Decay gave a 3 signal to Planning Chair Michelle Plotnick, who only allowed us then 3 minutes. We have been denied 10 plus 2 minutes of public comment. I'm respectfully asking that we did not allot that. That's not okay with us. By law, we are required to have those 12 minutes. I'm going to ask you, Supervisor Chair, if you're going to allow us today to have back the 12 minutes that we were unlawfully denied on September 12th and September 18th.
Ms. Montgomery, you are
Yes.
well aware that this is not a question and answer period.
Right, so I'm going to assume that you are denying us unlawfully those 12 minutes.
Continue your public comment.
Okay, so then we're just going to go ahead and speak for 12 minutes, those of us that were denied. Thank you so much.
Ms. Gorda, good morning.
Our country is sick. And it's sick because we don't pay attention to just common sense. And we're sick mentally, and we're sick physically. And part of the reason we're sick is we don't listen to our bodies. We don't listen what it has to say. Instead, we drug it up so that we can't hear what our body tells us. We have a tremendous amount of information available to us. That we're not taking advantage of. And so, I'm not perfect mentally, I'm not perfect physically, but I do try to listen to what my body tells me. And I take advantage of the resources that are out there, except for the medical people, because they cost a lot of money and I can't afford them. So, every little tidbit that you can pick up about your own health can help yourself and other people. And I think it's a huge vacuum, and we're filling it with drugs. Thank you.
Other public speakers? Seeing none? Ms. Garza?
No, I'm not going to speak. I just wanted to
Excuse
see
me,
what this-
excuse me, Susan?
No.
There's a speaker coming up behind you.
Oh, I just wanted to see the password. Good morning. My name is Laree Garza, District 2. On October 1st, during the meeting, it's always been made clear this is public comment. The board is not to comment back. Until a pro-pot gentleman approached the board, his first words were, "I know this isn't a back and forth, but I have a question about my permit." Jack, you responded to his question, not once, but twice. That showed great disrespect to the public. You also recently made a comment that our CAO is an innocent victim. Well, a man that sexually gropes women unwantedly over and over and over again is not an innocent victim. I know you're concerned about that, huh? Albert Alt was appointed by the Board of Supervisors as our CAO. There was a life scan done on him, which everybody saw. He's got dirty hands. He came from a background that was not clean. He was a police officer, but he was arrested for insurance fraud. His partner's the one that turned him in. He also identifies himself as a doctor. Well, we all know he lied about that because his degree wasn't from an accredited college. Also, several of his jobs that he's had in the past, he was dismissed immediately for suspicious circumstances. Yet, Jack, you voted him in with dirty hands. This innocent victim who gropes women. I don't see how that's acceptable. I really don't. You know, knowing that you did a live scan on this man and you still appointed him as our CAO makes me wonder about the live scans that are going to be done on the badges in the near future. Are they going to be done in the same mannerism where it doesn't matter what's on the report, let's just get them in? Honestly, I believe our county deserves better, which is why I'm running for Supervisor District 2 against you. I'm honest, I'm true, I'll listen to people. Is that funny? You're smiling, and please stop rolling your eyes at me because that is so disrespectful. Look down if you're going to roll your eyes. I'm running against you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Garza.
Thank you.
Other public comment? Seeing none, I will bring it back to the board. We'll take on consent agenda.
Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They'll be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion.
Any members of the board wish to pull an item? Members of the staff? Public? Ms. Morse?
14.
Thank you. Seeing no others, I will ask for a motion to remove the remainder. Moved by Supervisor Callaway.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Stopper. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Remainder passes 5-0. Move to item 14.
Item 14. Item 14 is from the Public Works Department to authorize the board chair to execute an agreement with Sutton Enterprises for debris removal along countywide roads as a result of the 2019 winter storms in an amount not to exceed $319,378 for the term of October 22nd, 2019 through December 31st, 2019.
Ms. Morris, you had a question?
Yes.
You want to come up to this microphone?
Unfortunately, I didn't have the background on this, and I just wondered, what is the background on this, and was this sent out for bid, or how did, just, quick, how did this work?
Thank you. Mr. Pack?
Morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Joshua Pack. I'm your Director of Public Works and Transportation. I'd be happy to provide additional information on this particular item. This is an item, as you're familiar with, the 2019 winter storms were declared a federal disaster. We have a number of different projects moving forward. The first one came to you, I believe, earlier this month for Independence Road. Similar project, a debris cleanup, and then the administrative oversight for that work. This is the second phase. This is a miscellaneous cleanup. Instead of having individual contracts for numerous local sites, we have one larger contract to clean up all of these smaller sites that don't have enough gravitas to be its own individual project. We did bid this through an RFP process, request for proposals. We received a couple of proposals for this, if memory serves. In this one, Sutton was identified as the most responsive and responsible bidder. We have negotiated a contract with them for the maximum not to exceed of $319,378. Upon approval of the board, that work will begin here probably within the next couple of weeks. And I'm available to answer any other questions you may have.
Are there any questions from the board? Seeing none, we will, I'll ask for a motion for this item.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Supervisor Stopper, second by Supervisor Mills. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. All right, making progress. Let's move on to the regular agenda. Actually, we're going to take, are you guys set up? All right. Let's move on to the regular agenda.
Item 16 is from the Planning Department to conduct a public hearing, accept the addendum to the Environmental Impact Report for the Medical Cannabis Cultivation and Commerce Ordinance Project, make appropriate findings, adopt an ordinance amendment rescinding Chapter 17.95 of the County Code and replacing it with a new Chapter 17.95 regulating commercial and non-commercial cannabis cultivation, and direct staff to publish a summary of the ordinance.
Thank you. We are opening a public hearing. Mr. Maurer?
Good morning, Peter Maurer, Planning Director. We're back. So as you recall, over a two-day hearing, we went through the ordinance essentially line by line. Staff was given direction to make changes. That has been brought back. You've been provided a clean copy as well as one showing the underline and strikeout of the changes that were made. We have a few more changes that as we're going through things, we sort of spot some corrections that needed. They're trying to resolve some understanding issues. So I'd just like to go through those. Can you focus out a little bit maybe? Is it my eyes or is it the...
I think that's a little out of focus. There should be a focus button or... There you go.
So we turn to, and we'll be looking at the underlined strikeout version that's in the board packet. The first change that we felt we needed to correct was it's on page 3 of the ordinance, page 196 of the document package. It's the definitions 1795-020J. Scroll down to that. Oh, come on. We added, because the board confirmed that they want to allow nurseries also as a permitted license type, we wanted to make sure that we didn't create a loophole that someone could apply for a nursery that didn't, count towards the overall canopy that we're looking at. The EIR addressed nurseries as a part of total cultivation, but because of the different license types, you just want to make sure. So we added this line, except that it shall also apply to immature cannabis cultivated by nurseries.
This is how I want to get through this today. So if there are items that there's an agreement on, we're just going to say yes and move forward. If they're not, we could always circle back on them. Does that work for you, Peter?
Works great.
Objections to this? Supervisor Toffenelli? Stopper? Supervisor Mills? Callaway? Thank you.
So the next one is the definition of commercial cannabis cultivation permit, and just really sort of a technical change. There was a sort of typo error on this one. Because of the ability to get multiple licenses under a single premises, we are recommending that we strike A, so that would apply to any.
Okay.
So on T there, we just strike the word A.
Any objection?
So it could be then plural.
Seeing no objection, sensing consensus, continue.
The next one is on page 8 of the ordinance. RRR, the definition of total canopy area. And there was a discussion at the last meeting about our definition of canopy differed from what the state had. So we modified that in hopes of being consistent with state. So we're not looking at two different definitions.
Is there any objection to this change? Seeing none, sensing consensus.
On 1795-030B, the next page, there was just a little clerical error. The word "if" got struck out, it should have been "and." So put the word "if" back in and strike the word "and," so that phrase would read, authorization from the county shall be issued by the county designated department if the applicant currently meets all eligibility criteria.
Any objection to that change?
So you're striking the word "and"?
Strike the word "and," put the word "if" back in.
Okay.
We have consensus.
So the next change is on page 13. The chart under 09 or 060D2. So again, we just want to make sure it's clear that a maximum of 1 acre of cultivation was going to be allowed for each 20 acres. We're changing the word "and" to "or," so that if someone has an outdoor cultivation, they can grow 1 acre. If they have a mixed light cultivation, they can grow ½ an acre or 20,000 square feet. It's not "and," they can't have 1.5 acres of cultivation. So that's clarity. And then we had missed a poll that was taken by the board last meeting where the line "separate permit for each premises" was to be struck. So that's reflecting that change.
All right. I expect this one's going to need a poll. Supervisor Toffenelli? Supervisor Stopper? Supervisor Mills?
No.
Supervisor Callaway?
Yes.
Supervisor Garamendi, yes. For one, please make the change.
And then the next chart, similar change under indoor cultivation. So it said that up to 5 premises and a separate permit for each premise. Again, you could have multiple licenses within a premise. We want to make sure it's tied back to the county permit. And so we've just changed it so it reads up to 5 permits. And we've struck the separate permit for each premises.
Is there any objection to this? Seeing no objection, it's approved.
Next edit is on page 17. It is 060B6.
You said D6?
B as in boy.
D6.
So this is again to ensure that we're tying the cultivation to the amount of cultivation to the permit that the county is issuing rather than the premises, because there's some flexibility in the state rules as far as the amount of licenses that can be issued for a premise. So we added this line.
Any questions, or is anybody not agree with this change?
Just a second.
Supervisor Callaway?
I just want to read it.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, is there any objection to this change? Seeing none, it's approved.
And then the last edit that we had is on page 21. It's 090, let's use 3 sections, C, D, and E, the same change made for each one. So again, we're tying this back to the county permit rather than the state premises definition. So each of these sections would be changed to read canopy area per permit rather than on the premises.
Is there any objection to this change? Seeing none from the board, approved?
Okay. Oh, you're right. Said it like that. Second to last change. On the next page, page 22, 090I2. This was just to clarify the language. Go.
Keep going.
Next page.
Keep going down.
I jumped over next page. So this one, just sort of rearranging the words a little bit so it's very clear. The issue here was that if you have co-location on a parcel and the parcel was next to a residentially zoned parcel, that the setback is greater. But if that residentially zoned parcel was 20 acres or more, that additional setback was not going to apply. And so the way we had written it, it actually was sort of reversed. And so we just corrected the language here. So it reads, notwithstanding subsection I1, 150 feet for co-location of cultivation sites as provided in section 17, blah, 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 and for parcels adjacent to parcels of less than 20 acres zoned RR, R1, R2, and R3. So if the R2 parcel is less than 20 acres, the greater setback applies. If it's greater than 20 acres, the greater setback does not apply. And that was the direction that we received from the board at the last hearing.
Thank you. Are there any objections to this change?
I disagree with co-location for security reasons, so I will object.
Very well. I'll poll the board. Supervisor Toffenelli, do you have objection to this change?
No.
Supervisor Stopper? Supervisor Stopper?
No.
Supervisor Mills? No.
Yes.
Supervisor
No.
Callaway?
Yes.
I'm sorry. You object, yes. Sorry.
He's a no, I'm a yes.
Yes.
No, I'm a yes, sir.
4-1.
Yes, I'm a no.
4-1, please make that adjustment. Before we move on to a broader discussion and public comment, are there other changes? Are there other items that were polled on at the last board meeting, delivered to staff that perhaps we didn't get interpreted that we want to discuss? Or is everybody good before we move on to public comment? Seeing none,
I did want to address a couple of items related to the environmental review. We did receive a last-minute letter yesterday from council representing interest group. They brought up two issues, one regarding the well testing, the other regarding air pollution associated with cultivation. The changes that the board made to the well testing requirements is essentially the same as what was required under the EIR. It's 5 years of testing. It's just the manner in which the testing is done is changed. The Environmental Management Agency Director felt that that was sufficient to provide the information necessary to determine whether or not there is a drawdown, an impact on the groundwater resources, and so we feel that that issue has been addressed in the addendum. The new issue that came up was regarding air quality and volatile organic gases associated with cultivation. The letter claims that a new study shows that cannabis cultivation will cause significant air quality impacts in the county. We do not believe this is accurate. The letter does not provide substantial evidence showing a new air quality impact. The study explains that cannabis plants emit VOCs. That's true for all plants. Cannabis is no different than any other plant already growing in the county. In fact, the study found that VOCs from cannabis is average for plants. The study also explained that VOCs only cause air pollution when they mix with nitrogen oxides and sunlight to produce ozone. The study notes that in rural areas, there are not a lot of sources of nitrogen oxides, so the chemistry isn't right for making air pollution. This is true for Calaveras County. The study was in Denver, where cannabis operations are close to congested freeways. Calaveras is not like Denver. We do not have a lot of sources of nitrogen oxides, so there wouldn't be a significant air quality impact even if cannabis does produce substantial VOCs. With that, we're recommending, based on the board's prior direction, that the board adopt the ordinance and adopt the findings that were prepared and included in your packet. I'll turn it back over to the board if you have any questions for me, and then we welcome public comments.
Questions for Mr. Meyer before public comment? Seeing none, we'll move on to public comment. Let me emphasize again, before we start this, I expect everybody to act with respect. Your comments are to be directed to the board, not to staff. This is not a question and answer period. There are 4 cannabis items, so you should have 4 bites of the apple if you've got something you really want to say. Everybody will be limited to 3 minutes, no exceptions. If it gets disrupted, I will call break to the meeting, and if it continues, I will clear this room. Everybody clear? All right, Doctor, thank you for your patience.
Thank you. I've already introduced myself. My purpose in being here is that I have heard nothing about discussion of the health problems with this product. And let me make sure you hear this loud and clear. Cannabis is not a benign recreational drug. It can have very significant side effects, particularly in adolescence. The adolescent brain starts to develop at birth and doesn't complete that until age 21. Any of us who had children know that to be true. The side effects are so profound that the changes can be seen on MRI scans, and I would challenge any of you to simply Google cannabis effect on adolescent brain development, and you will be stunned. I'm going to quote from the New England Journal of Medicine, which is the most prestigious medical journal published in the United States. It says, effects with short-term use. Impaired short-term memory, making it difficult to learn and retain information. Impaired motor coordination, interfering with driving skills and increasing the risk of injuries. Altered judgment, increasing the risk of sexual behavior and facilitate the transmission of sexually transmitted diseases. And in high doses, paranoia and psychosis. If we think that this is simply an adult drug and that adolescent children are not going to have access to it, we are truly delusional. I'm sorry that I have to leave early. If anybody has any questions that they'd like to ask me, I would be happy to try to answer them now. Anyone? Thank you very much for letting me talk.
Thank you. Speaker, Mr. Howard.
Hello, Jason Hauer, Murphy's. Just want to remind everybody that this is not about the consumption of cannabis. That issue has already been settled by Proposition 64. All adults have the right to consume cannabis under Proposition 64. Right now, out-of-county cannabis companies can deliver cannabis to consumers in Calaveras County. What we are talking about is a land use designation, and will have very little impact on the issues that were just raised. That's it for today.
Ms. Wilson?
Good morning again. Joan Wilson, District 1, registered voter. Honorable Supervisors, I would like to ask you to look around this room. Not only this room, but look around the county. Can you tell me who suffers from asthma, heart failure, diabetes, Lyme disease? Can you tell me who has fibromyalgia? How about cancer? On September 30th, I did not have recreational surgery for recreational cancer. I did have a tumor removed from my body. It was larger than they thought. Over 20 years ago, the voters voted to allow medical marijuana and the right for a patient to grow their own medicine. My concerns are for this part of the medical regulation. The state allows for 24 plants for medical use. To restrict that would be akin to limiting medical care to a person. I need 24 plants because I have developed the strains that I use for my body. I'm not saying that cancer can be cured by cannabis. I do believe that some cancers can be cured by cannabis. I believe that it can help with end of life and through the journey to that end. 24 plants. There are times for months that I will need a very high concentration of cannabis. I can't take a lot of the drugs that the doctors give. I won't take the opioids. I've had a homeopath help me get over taking an opioid because of a dental procedure. I'm vegetarian, so the doctors say I'm close, I'm halfway there. I don't drink, I don't smoke. I listen to my body. Please, with a doctor's recommendation, allow a person to grow their own medicine. Thank you.
Very much, Ms. Wilson. Mr. Wilson. Guy behind you.
Good morning again, Board. I could give a whit whether you make medical, commercial marijuana legal in this county. Again, I'm here to speak for personal medical marijuana, which was approved by the voters in 1996 in this state, which has led to this whole movement throughout the United States. Over 35 states have some kind of cannabis regulation for medical use. Some, 9 or more, have recreational, California being one of those. I don't give a darn about recreational marijuana. We've always used marijuana for medical purposes. We've grown for medical purposes. And I'd rather give it away, now that the state allows that again, than charge anybody for a plant that could help them, either with their end-of-life pain instead of taking opioids, which about 95% of us are going to die on opioids in this room unless we die of something else. When you get to end of life, what they do is they give you a bottle with an eyedropper. And your folks that are taking care of you, whether you're in hospice or you're staying at home or you're in a you're going to get dropped morphine and starve to death. That's how you die. You people want to make money off of it for the county. Good for you. Great. I don't care. I'd even pay tax on my medical marijuana if that's what I have to do. But 24 plants are what the state allows. Not 6, not 3, not indoors, not in the closet in a little tent that you plug into the wall. The sun is the best light in the world. You have a growing season. If you have 24 plants, that's 2 plants of less than a pound, which when you create FECO, RSO, whatever you want to call it, hemp oil, you get about 60 grams for every kilo or half a kilo of product. That's what you use when you're on chemo. That's what you use to fight tumors for cancer. Personal people can basically grow 6 plants in our county. What a great product that would be. 6 plants, that's a half a plant per month when you need 2 plants to make medicine. But okay, you guys have that. It's in your court. I hope you make the right decisions.
Thank you. Next speaker. If you intend to speak, if we could line up no more than 5 in a row at the back door, it makes things move a little quicker.
Good morning, Dina Morris. I'd like to talk about the water portion of the EIR. According to the EIR that we're going to use, it takes roughly 450,000 gallons for a half-acre grow. So now we're going to allow outdoor grow. Now we're going to allow 1 acre of outdoor grows, and that's roughly 900,000 gallons of water per season. And then we're also now in the ordinance going to allow co-location. So on a 100-acre parcel, and let's just use round numbers for the sake of this discussion, we're talking about 5 million gallons of water on a 100-acre parcel. So if it's a 200-acre parcel, you can double that. I just received a news alert yesterday saying that this winter is going to be a dry winter. Now I know, and I brought this up before, the water tables in certain areas, including Copperopolis, are low to none. So if you start allowing this kind of growth near our communities, it is most certainly going to likely have an impact on the residents' water. And if we don't have water, we have nothing. And people start running out of water, that's a serious problem that the county is going to be facing. And people who allow that might face it individually as well. That's a serious problem and it needs to be talked about. It's not addressed efficiently in the existing EIR or addendum. We're under totally, completely different circumstances now going into a possible ordinance. That's not okay. This addendum is not okay. It doesn't address the water issues. I don't know why we are rushing through this and not taking a second look at this issue in and of itself. That's our most precious resource. And for people to start running out of water because they've got this huge consumption of water nearby, that's ridiculous. I think the county is putting itself in a position it doesn't want to be in by doing this without doing the appropriate studies. You can't take it back. Once you let it out there and our water's gone, it's done. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker, Ms. Cora.
The other night, I was looking out my windows at the stars, and I saw a movement at the side of my eye, and there was this two squirrels, going up this tree. And he kind of looked back at me. He was all stretched out and very athletic looking, and he looked at me with the tiniest bit of pomp, as if to say, we live here too. The rules and regs in this addendum do not reflect the watershed impacts to the average person in Calaveras County. The average citizen is expected to go hire a lawyer if their environment is aesthetically or poisoned as a result of these very loose rules regarding pot growing. When I turn on or off the road I live on, there is a stench that smells like fresh dung. This comes from a 12 by 8 greenhouse on a 1/2 acre plot. You are not representing the pot. You are not representing the people who live here with this addendum. You are representing the pot people. There is a 58% rise in minor use of vaping marijuana in the last year.
Thank you. Mr. McManus?
Good morning. It's been said that we have a problem with the water, and we all know that you can go weeks without eating, but only days without having water. When I was going through the ordinance, something kept reoccurring to me that there's so many trap doors and escape hatches for enforcement in this ordinance. First, I thought it was poorly written. Then I came to the conclusion that it was very cleverly written. If we look at some of the water, so I took water, just to use as an example of what happens time and time and time again in 1795. If you look at 1795.060, subsection B, 11, double I, there's a requirement for wells to be powered by photovoltaic panels. That's solar panels. If you look at 1795.070 I, water well testing measurement to ensure adequate water available. Go to great lengths to describe that. 1795.090, subsection N1, use of generators only in an emergency. Emergency is not defined. 1795.090, double E, continued testing of wells on an annual basis as we go forward with this. 1795.090 FF, vehicle delivery of water prohibited except in an emergency. 1795.140 subsection C 1, for renewal, ensure wells continue to provide necessary water. 1795.140 C2, provide evidence of alternate water source for failed or inadequate wells. You've got to be kidding me. There are so many escape hatches here. Anyone can do anything. What's an emergency? You know, you're going to provide for an alternate source of water. How do you do that? You do a rain dance, you dig a ditch, you put more wells in where you've got dry wells, you overpump the area? Or do you start using water trucks? Well, it says in here you can't use water trucks except in an emergency. So everything is very circular. And I don't know how in the world you're going to unravel this when it comes time to enforce these regulations, because they're in conflict with each other. They're poorly defined. And I think it was done on purpose, because in the chaos of trying to enforce these bad ordinances, everyone just raises their hand and says, we don't know. Who's going to do it? Is code compliance going to do it? Is the sheriff going to do it? Do you expect the state to come in here and take care of the water? They've already told you. They're done. They don't have any money or inspectors. It's up to us. And none of it can be enforced the way it's written. It's circular and it's deceptive, and it's a scandal to treat the people of this county like this over the issue of water. Thank you.
Thank you. Other public comment? Again, if you could line up in the back so I keep track, no more than 5 deep, it's much appreciated.
Question first. Did I understand you to say that there will be 4 separate sections of public comment where people can testify
There are
repeatedly?
4 different items.
Okay, so you will be able to repeat yourselves, okay. Then I think I'll have enough time to get through this. I'm here because I'm really the only person who doesn't have a side. I'm looking for a compromise, and I think that's what you should be looking for also. Again, a series of 3-2 votes achieves nothing. It's a failure by this board. The 3 may celebrate, but then it'll be 3-2 the other way in a couple years and 3-2 again. You've got to come to something that you can get 5 votes on. Now, previously I suggested that you check the model of Montgomery County, Maryland after Prohibition. When Prohibition ended, organized crime controlled alcohol. And states and counties were afraid that organized crime would apply for the liquor permits using straw men or front men. And so 18 states reserved that right unto themselves to sell liquor, to not have private people involved. And in Maryland, which did not reserve the right to itself, the county of Montgomery, which was at the time a rural county of 50,000 people, sound familiar, decided that they wanted to reserve the right to themselves. They created a county liquor authority, and even today, 100 years later, if you buy alcohol in Montgomery County, you don't buy it from a private person, you buy it from the county. So the county is easily able to enforce all these rules and regulations which you talk about because they're controlling it. Your proposal to put 200 people in different locations being somehow regulated, which is really only going to be self-regulation, is an impossible and foolish way to do it. I have a minute left, so I'll concentrate on the security aspects of that. Perhaps you're aware that in September, the medical marijuana distributorship in Sonora was raided, burglarized, at 4 in the morning by 4 people. They haven't caught them. They made away with $70,000 worth of product, and that was in an area where there are things. You don't think that 4 in harvest season, the gangbangers from Stockton and Modesto aren't going to drive an hour out to a remote rural location and rob growers? You expect every grower to be responsible for their own security? That's crazy. The way to do it is grow all in one place with the county running it, and I'll elaborate on that next time. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. Ann Hill from McCullough Hill. I'm going to bring up the Marijuana Business Daily from November 20th of 2018, and it talks about Calaveras new electees for the board, which is Marita, Ben Stopper, and then it also refers to Jack Garamendi. I have the quotes here from each of the 3 of you in that article, but I don't need to read those. You all wanted to bring in marijuana. How many of you had town halls with your constituents? It's real easy to answer. It's called none. You realize we, the people, are directing you to do our bidding for us. But you, none of the 3 of you had any town halls. You did not ask your constituents if they want pot here or not. And I believe the reason is because the people do not want it in this county. They don't want it. You've been hearing this for 3 years. We don't want it. We don't need it. People want to buy pot, they can go elsewhere and actually buy it. Okay, the public doesn't want it. Okay, and then I'm going to change subjects. On October 2nd, for the continued meeting from October 1st, Jack passed a note to Marita Callaway. And Marita's demeanor changed when she got that note. That note should have been read in the public eye. That should have been read out loud during this meeting, that meeting. Because that's not right, to pass notes and then read them separately and not let the public know. My thought is take this top ledge down so we can see what's actually going on up there. So we can keep track of what is right and what is wrong. The other item I had, and I don't have to repeat it, is water. You're not talking about water and where in the heck the water is going to come from when we run out, so all the pot growers can grow their pot and have 6 gallons per day per plant. Wrong, absolutely wrong that you're doing that to the general public. Thank you.
Next speaker.
I'm Richard Golan, District 5 resident, and we've heard this morning from a doctor about the detrimental effects of cannabis. We've heard from several residents about alleged benefits of it. For my part, I'll believe the doctor. And we may not be able to change what the state has done, but let's not add to that. We don't need commercial marijuana here. And the people are against it. You may recall a couple of years ago that the initiative to regulate marijuana, which was on the ballot, failed. And you also know that we had an initiative which would have created a ban. And it was challenged and thrown out on a technicality, but it was challenged because the growers knew it would pass. So the people are against the commercial marijuana. Let's listen to the people too.
Good morning, Vicki Reinke. And yes, I'm aware that we're going to have opportunities to speak on each of the items, so I want to just speak to what you're looking at right now, and that's the ordinance 1795. And there's been some good comments on the two things we're voting for at the same time, and that's the EIR and the ordinance itself. So I would like to just address the ordinance itself. We're just heading in the same direction as we did with the UO, the urgency ordinance. If you pass this ordinance today, 1795, we have nothing in place to make that ordinance happen. We know what happened the last time when the word got out, we're regulating in this county. Illegal growers came flocking in, and people who wanted to be legal growers get a permit. We don't have the staff to handle it. We don't have anything in place, and those will be coming up later in the meeting today, so I'll wait and comment on some of that. And just like this gentleman said right before me, I get people coming up to me and saying, Vicki, I thought we voted about the regulation. And I said, yeah, you did. And we voted no on Measure D, which was regulation. Now, did the people read the whole ordinance? No. They didn't. They read the heading that said, do you want to regulate marijuana in Calaveras County? And if you all recall, that campaign to pass that was very well done in trying to trick people into voting for it. But the people didn't buy it. They voted no. We didn't want regulation here in Calaveras County. And so I'm glad this gentleman also brought that up. And people, they can't understand. They said, did our vote not count? So I don't understand it either. The people have spoken in Calaveras County about regulation. So they're quite shocked that there's three of you that want to just override everybody's concern and just vote this in. So keep that in mind. And like I said, the other thing is that if you pass 1795, I don't even know how you can do that. I hope you postpone that vote and make sure we have everything in place. We had that study session where every department got up here and said, please don't do this to us again. We need staff, we need training, we need all these things in place before you put one more permit out there. And that's not what this ordinance says. There's no clause in that ordinance that says we have to wait until the program is in place. And we'll see today that there's some steps that you want to take towards it, but it's all on paper. There's nothing in place. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Montgomery?
Yeah, hi. I just want to start out by thanking a couple people on this side. This gentleman was especially polite to me.
Excuse me, Ms. Montgomery?
What?
Please address the board.
This gentleman in the back was especially polite to me. Jason Howard's been polite to me all along the way, and I do want to recognize them. The second thing I want to recognize is that I was pretty astonished this morning in honor of the Me Too movement that Supervisor Calloway would acknowledge a woman and then accuse the boys of playing with their toys. That's a blatantly sexist comment against the men in law enforcement, and it is unappreciated. We don't make fun of men that way. We don't make fun of women that way. I think you need to apologize to them. Now I'm going to talk to you straight up about CEQA. So, September 12th, CEQA was violated. Tim Laddish made significant changes, and they went forward with it without the public getting a chance to comment. September 18th, Tim Laddish made additional significant changes without the public getting a chance to comment. That's clear, and that is the law. Yesterday, I talked to the Chief Deputy Director of the California Office of Planning and Research, Scott Morgan. He confirmed that. He also confirmed that the general plan has to be done, enacted and implemented before we start all this. We are doing this not in the right order. You could look at me, Ms. Stedfeld, it's okay. And then the other thing is that we are over and over and over again breaking the law. Today, there's significant changes made. Now, we're not getting a chance to digest them. If you vote on them today, you will again be violating CEQA. This is a notice of violation, several. Let's talk about the Clean Air Act. I disagree with Peter Maurer in that marijuana emits terpenes. Those are the volatile organic compounds. It doesn't say that you have to be in LA or New York or Denver. They do interact with the nitrogen oxide. You don't have to have a ton of cars. You have to have one car. It creates ground level ozone. That's called smog. That's what you get. That's what we found. Sounds outrageous, but it's true. Going further, Green Freedom LLC versus Olympic Region Clean Air Agency, we now have precedent. Because of the Clean Air Act, you can't just call it ag and go, well, if it stinks, it's too bad. No, you can't even install exhaustive scrubbers to try to get rid of the indoor smell of marijuana. You can't try to do anything to mitigate the outdoor smell. It's against the Clean Air Act to try to mask or conceal odors through those means. Now, I challenge you to pass a regulation that will be okay with the Clean Air Act when we already have legal precedent. They appealed it. It was upheld in Washington State. Thank you.
Very much, Mr. Montgomery. Terry?
Good morning, Terry McBride, District 2. I'm one of the people, most of the people I speak to that are either long-term residents, lifelong residents as myself, generational residents as myself, are for the cannabis grows, period. Now, I respect their feelings. We all are going to disagree and agree. That's fine.
Excuse me, Terry, can you
Yes,
just
sir.
wait a second? Folks, I was very clear. No sniping from the audience to people who are up here speaking. Thank you for your patience.
In regards to the water, what about orchards? What about vineyards? We have huge vineyards in this county. How much water do they use? I haven't heard anybody complaining, but I do remember when they came in, there was the same sort of outcry. And yet, look at what they give to this county. There's no denying. Look at Highway 4. Even we have a little bit up in the various districts, vineyards that are doing well. They use water, as do the orchards, as do the cattle, for goodness sakes. As far as scent, I can't stand the smell of sulfur. Vineyards, you know, I mean, that's part of it. And we were completely and utterly surrounded by grows. I smelt it one night, and they were all illegal, so I guarantee you they weren't trying to mask the smell. I smelled it one night. That was it. And we were completely surrounded, 360 degrees. So this people would like to see the cannabis grow. These types of good folks that want to do a good business in this county and give to their community and give to this county, I think it's a good thing. I stand in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Doc?
Good day, Proponent Randall Smith, District 4. I just want to call attention to the public, this attachment in the packet today, and it's a flow chart that shows the cannabis application procedures. Look at what everyone has to go through under this regulation. First, you submit an application to cannabis headquarters where they determine your eligibility, make sure your application is complete, and if it is, then you can go through to your validation checklist with the planning department where they look at the zoning clearance, they look at your zoning clearance, they determine whether you need a CUP or an AUP, or whether there's a zone change or some kind of parcel line change that will be required. Then you have to circulate a business license and county validation checklist where you go to the building department where they look at your parcel map, they determine if the existing permit is not adequate, and then you get referred to contractors for design and build and a lot of work. Then you go to the fire department. For CAL FIRE, they'll again review the parcel map, they'll look at fire clearances, WUI compliance, adequate fire flow, on-site storage. If you don't have those things, you're referred to a design specialist, and you're directed to return when permits are issued for all those things. Then there's Public Works. Parcel map reviewer, again, that's like the fourth time. They look at encroachments, open grading permits, proper erosion control measures. If not, you're referred to an engineer and you have to return your application with the proper permits issued. Then environmental health, septic adequate for intended use, the wells signed off, determine whether the cultivation plan requires on-site wastewater permit. And if you don't have those, if those things are required, again, you have to go get them fixed and return your application with those permits issued. You go to the agriculture department next for review of your cultivation plan. Enrollment in pesticide program is required. If contracted to do so, the AG department would participate in the inspections on behalf of the CDFA. Then you go get a CBCB, you get your card. Finally, code compliance and ag, review the parcel map for the 100th time, sorry if I'm exaggerating, 5-6 times. Site inspection, if there's code violations, you gotta fix them. And then finally, you get your business license and your checklist complete and you're validated. It's a long process. This is serious regulation. It's going to be tough on everybody. It'll be good for the community, for public safety, and it'll bring in the tax dollars we need. So I urge you to adopt this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Carol Couchman, District 2. I want to thank you for spending the time to really set up a good ordinance for the county regarding commercial cultivation of cannabis. I'm very encouraged that the Cannabis Department will be set up and will run the program. That is what I feel is the best option, as I have stated in the past. Please don't let the small group of people who are spreading misinformation throughout the county sway you from doing what is best for everyone in this county. I can guarantee you that there are many more residents of this county who want regulation and roll their eyes at the fear-mongering and outright lies that are part of the campaign that the ban committee is waging. With approximately 47,000 residents in this county, there will always be a small group of people who are going to keep trying to push their negative point of view on this issue. But I would say at least 80% of the residents in this county are supportive of regulation and understand that this ordinance is the beginning of a way to keep the county solvent and able to provide services. I got into the cannabis world after it saved my daughter's life. I never thought I would become a person who spoke about this at board meetings. As a studying herbalist, I'm continuously amazed by what this plant can do. I will always be a supporter of cannabis. And as research catches up with what we already know anecdotally, many people will realize that they have been afraid of this plant for no reason other than being brainwashed by our current political and medical systems, just like I was. Cannabis was the most prescribed medicine during the 19th and early 20th century in the United States until 1937. 33 states have legalized medical or recreational cannabis, as well as the District of Columbia. Federal prohibition is going to end. I commend you for your willingness to do your research and understand the system that the state of California has implemented for legal cannabis and making the effort to craft a good system of regulation. It's the right thing to do. The ban has not worked. The black market is still thriving in part due to bans. Regulation is what is going to work. How is regulation going to lead to illegal grows in the neighborhoods? How can there be an influx of cartels and violent criminals when a new ordinance is in effect? This is the kind of garbage that's being spewed around by the ban committee. Every single thing that they're objecting to has been addressed in the new regulation, yet they still insist on spreading the hate and the fear. It has become more about winning than doing the right thing. It's more about power than what is good for this county, which is a thriving economy and attracting other ancillary businesses. No matter what is said to you and what threats you have received, please know the silent majority is behind regulation. The hardline stance is not the way to deal with this issue, and I really hope all this hate can stop. Thank you for your time and your willingness to stand up to bullies and signs that threaten you. You're doing the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Zwicky, if there are people out in the hallway that want to come in and speak, if you could please come in and line up so I keep track of this meeting. Zwicky, your floor.
I was under the impression that with the environmental review, public comments stopped a year and a half ago, and that people had an opportunity to write responses to the environmental impact review back then. At no time was I noticed, and I read all the public notices, that public comment was reopened. So I think that it's inaccurate to suggest that people be able to comment on a long closed public comment. Also, I have seen correspondence, I don't have it in front of me, from the office cited earlier about a general plan needing to be in place. And that is not true. It does not need to be in place for this ordinance to be adopted. There hasn't been a general plan update in 20 years, or more than 20 years.
Excuse me. Apologize for that.
Yeah, so anyway, I have seen a lot of misinformation and banner ads in the area newspapers that go line by line and talk about things like manufacturing being in this ordinance. Anybody that reads this ordinance see that the opposite is true. I've seen statements that over 700 farms, those that were denied, are going to be allowed to participate again. It's my understanding that is absolutely false, that only 190 to 200 farms will be eligible. So I'd love it if we could get somebody on the record to debunk some of the paid advertisement from the opposition, because while people have a right to free speech, I don't think that people should have a right to outright lie in advertisement. If we can't, if manufacturers aren't allowed to lie about the benefits of their toothpaste, I don't know why Facebook or newspapers or anybody like that is allowed to accept money for misleading advertisement. It seems unethical, and it's just patently false what the opposition is putting out there. When people say that once the water is gone, it's never coming back, we've been through many droughts, and it rains again, sometimes too much, and water tables are replenished. It's not true that once the water is drawn down, it never replenishes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no further public comment, please. And again, Neil, could you tell people out there if they're going to talk, they need to line up?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Board. I'm sorry I didn't stand up. I wasn't sure I was going to talk. I'm not a public speaker. I am a concerned citizen. My name is Steve Yanez. I live in Valley Springs, longtime resident of Calaveras County. Chose freely to bring my family here, raise my family here, because we enjoy Calaveras County. Don't know most of you folks, but I want to know that I understand the burden of responsibility you carry when you represent the people that elected you. I do pray for all you folks, that we make wise decisions. I pray for our sheriff and his department, all of his fine folks. I am a little concerned over the whole thing. I don't remember my representative seeking out comment as far as what we thought about it in our area. There's been a lot of talk on, how many people approve it or disapprove of it. I believe that issue was settled at the ballot box at one point. I don't think there's been another election on it. I don't know all the ins and outs of it, but as a citizen, I watched the chaos. I watched the devastation that took place in our community the last time we legalized commercial cultivation. Now, I know there's been a lot of effort put forth into trying to alleviate some of that. There were some comments made earlier as far as what kind of folks come into our community when we have this stuff going on. Took a family vacation, went out of town to another state. Talking to a gentleman there and told him I was from Calaveras County. And he was well aware, oh, that's where you guys get to grow the marijuana. I'm not speaking out against for health care. I mean, the law is the law. But commercial cultivation of cannabis is a whole other ballgame. And I just, like I said, I chose to raise my family here. I'd like to raise my grandkids here in Calaveras County. But I'm concerned about what's going to take place in our community if we choose to go forward with this commercial cultivation of cannabis. Thank you.
Yep.
Hi, my name's Linda Patterson. I had a written comment for you, but I think the person that just spoke to you from his heart was definitely someone you should listen to, along with a doctor who told you what is going to happen to our youth when When you have guns in your house, do you keep them in a safe? If you have alcohol in your house, do you keep those items out of your children's hands? We have history that tell us children can do very many things without our knowledge. And the doctor from Stanford is telling you what is going to happen when we are not paying attention and our children use the cannabis that will affect their brain. I really think that we need to pay attention to other states that have legalized, the state legalized, the use of cannabis. Those states are Colorado, Washington, Alaska, and Oregon. From the time they legalized, the use was in 2014, 2015. There's been an increase of 37% murders and 25% more aggravated assaults. You were given a book with this statistic written in it called Tell Your Children the Truth About Marijuana, Medical Illness, and Violence. Your sheriff told you that when you legalize the use of growing cannabis, there will be many growers who grow illegally alongside of what you think is a good thing to do. He's there for you. Are you going to use his information? I don't think that the people that stand before you that have done research are telling you incorrect information, but if they are, it's your responsibility to find out. And the last thing I want to say is, in the Bible, Philippians 4, whatever is true, whatever is honorable, whatever is just, whatever, if there is anything worthy of praise, think about these things.
Thank you.
Good morning. Last time there seemed to be some confusion about greenhouse gas emissions, and forwarded a study done that shows the science behind hemp as a carbon sink. 1 hectare of industrial hemp can absorb 22 tons of CO2 per hectare. It is possible to grow 2 crops per year, so absorption is doubled. Hemp's rapid growth grows 4 meters in 100 days. It makes one of the fastest CO2 to biomass conversion tools available, more efficient than agroforestry. The conclusions, well, industrial hemp is a self-offsetting crop. According to DEFRA, the Department of Environment, Food and Agriculture for the UK, UK farming emits a total CO2 equivalent of 57 million tons in greenhouse gases. UK agricultural land use is 16.5 million hectares. This amounts to an average of around 3.1 tons of CO2 per hectare total embodied emissions. As a low fertilizer and zero pesticide herbicide crop, with little management input, the carbon emissions of hemp cultivation is well below the average. Therefore, we can assume the matter remaining in soils roughly offsets the cultivation and management emissions. The vast quantities of hemp-derived products and raw materials created by large-scale cultivation could replace many oil-based, unsustainable products and materials, particularly in construction, looking in captured CO2 and creating secondary benefits to the global environment. In particular, hemp could be used to replace significant quantities of tree-derived products, allowing reduced use of existing tree populations, thus maintaining their CO2 uptake. So in conclusion, the cultivation of industrial hemp is vital in our battle to reduce pollution, conserve precious water resources, and to improve soil quality. Industrial hemp is unmatched as a means of sequestering carbon dioxide and binding it permanently in the materials it is manufactured into. The accreditation of industrial hemp as a generator of carbon credits will make its cultivation more attractive. In addition, the fiber is robust and a large variety of uses as paper, textile, and as biofuel. The seeds are available sources of protein for humans for use in animal feed. This will stimulate a whole new industry and reduce reliance on imported goods. The widespread cultivation of industrial hemp will give a much needed economic and social sustainable boost to remote country areas suffering high unemployment and hardship. Thank you.
Good morning. I'd just like to take a couple of minutes to counter one of the assertions put forward by members of the Residents Against Commercial Marijuana. This is an email and a response to the, where is it? The Governor's Office of Planning and Research. I'm writing to get some clarity from your office regarding statements that have been circulated locally claiming that your office has taken a position vis-a-vis Calaveras' proposed cannabis ordinance. Specifically, the following statement made in a paid advertisement placed in the local paper by an organization known as the Calaveras Residents Against Commercial Marijuana. Quote, "The general plan isn't complete. No new industry can be introduced into a county unless and until a general plan is adopted, enacted, and implemented," end quote. According to the State Governor's Office of Planning and Research, as confirmed February 26, 2019 at 3:20 p.m. with Director Kate Gordon. The county is ignoring this law too. Did your office, here's the question, did your office speak with Alice Montgomery on February 26, 2019 at 3:20 p.m. with Director Kate Gordon? The county, excuse me, computer went to sleep. And is this an accurate characterization of your discussion? Is it the official position of the OPR that no new businesses or industries can operate in Calaveras County until the general plan update is adopted, enacted, and implemented? Is Calaveras County, by considering and/or adopting the proposed cannabis ordinance, violating the law, and if so, what law is the county violating? The response to that reads, from Kate Gordon, as I have already stated, I never made this statement. It should not be attributed to me. I have no knowledge of who may or may not have made such a statement. I'm carbon copying our chief counsel, Jeannie Lee, as well. Kate Gordon, thank you.
Thank you. Further public comment? Seeing none. All right.
Sorry.
How many more public comments do we have? Mr. Morris, are you standing up to do public comment on this? You will have the last, you'll be the last public comment. Jen?
Morning, Jennifer Smith. I just want to thank the board and the staff on the time that they've spent on this ordinance. It's a big change from the UO. It's a big change from Measure D. So for people to say that we've already voted this down is, I think, an incorrect statement. I think we're taking a cautious approach. Most importantly, we're putting 190 people back to work at a minimum. We're bringing money into our county budget. We're bringing economic impacts to our local retailers, property taxes. We need to move forward. We're doing it cautiously. We also need to come to the grips that this is a culture war, and we need to stop being prejudiced against one another, and we need to stop being ageist on both sides. This is a younger demographic that tends to cultivate this crop. It is an agricultural crop. We bring families, we bring children. My 6 employees would love to get back to work, and these are all benefits to our county. There's still illegal farms. There will always be illegal farms, but let's generate the revenue to police that. I'm just asking for your continued consideration to move this county forward so that we can all heal, move forward. I know there will continue to be backlash, but let us do the right things, let us be engaged in our community, and let's continue to move forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Morris, you will wrap up public comment.
Susan Morse, District 4. As each of you are aware, the Calaveras residents retained legal counsel, Shute, Mahaley, and Weinberger, who previously submitted written comments on September 11th and the 30th with respect to the county's proposed new cannabis cultivation ordinance, the addendum, and the proposed findings. The county has ignored residents' concern and has not responded to any of these comments raised in our council's prior letters. The letters explained in detail why the county's proposed addendum fails to comply with the requirements of the California Environmental Quality Act, as well as the state planning and zoning laws. In addition, each of you were served yesterday, October 21st, with a letter supplementing the previous mentioned letters addressing the latest revisions the board made to the project addendum and the proposed findings since the October 1st and 2nd board meeting. The revisions have not cured the defects brought to your attention, and in some instances, the revisions have introduced new problems or made existing problems worse. Just one example, which you've already heard today, changes regarding well testing and groundwater supplies would create more severe groundwater impacts. Bottom line, as long as there is a bare minimum of groundwater available to serve a marijuana operation, the county no longer cares whether groundwater supplies have decreased overall. As long as there is insufficient groundwater for marijuana, the county will allow declines in supply that will negatively impact neighboring agricultural uses and biological resources. The county's revisions have not solved the problems with the ordinance or cured the county's non-compliance with CEQA and state planning and zoning laws. Unless and until the Board of Supervisors complies with CEQA, it must reject the proposed cannabis program, including the cultivation ordinance, the badging ordinance, and the division of cannabis control due to the likely devastating effects on the environment which have not been adequately analyzed to date. And where does this leave the Calaveras residents, who have been and will again be harmed? The total disregard for all of the residents and their children in this county, including your constituents, is astonishing. All this, as some of you have said, is to make good for the growers. I do not need to spell out the issues. We have all heard them over and over again from the sheriff, the district attorney, department's head, and from the residents all over this county. At the last meeting, the line was long with residents who told their stories and pled with you to change your course, all to be ignored. Rethink your decision before it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we will close public comment and take a 5-minute break before we return. Sorry, want to get done by on. Welcome back. I've been informed that 5 minutes is a little short, so in the future we'll go 10. Apologize to everybody who had to rush back and forth to the restroom. We are on item number 16. We have had staff report, we have had public comment. I will bring it back to I brought it back to the board for further discussion or a motion. Who would like to begin?
I'll begin. I've been involved in this topic for almost 5 years now. For those of you who know me, I was a proponent, along with Barton Steveno, Roger Orman, Gary Howard, and River class for Measure D. My position on that was that we have to regulate this industry. We need to be able to cipher out those people who are serious, who want to do it correctly, and those that don't. And those that don't, I want them out of my county. So going through it, the time that I was off the board, I pretty much kept away from the trauma drama that was going on in this boardroom. Though I understand now what all of you, whatever side of the issue you're on, were going forth on your position on regulating cannabis for commercial grow. And then we hear hemp is now legal federally. If that's a beer being opened, I'll have one. In fact, I think the room would like one, council. Yeah. Okay. So I've looked at this quite closely. I have talked to many people in my district on many occasions. When it was Measure D, Mr. McManus and I were on the campaign trail. He was a no on D, I was a yes on D. So it's not as if I haven't been in touch with where people in my district are and where people are throughout Calaveras County. So we can all find a reason to support or to not support it. But because of my experience with this as an elected and as a non-elected, I am going to make the motion on item 16. And my motion is to accept the addendum to the EIR, make the appropriate findings, and adopt an ordinance amendment rescinding Chapter 17.95 and replacing it with the new Chapter 1795, and direct staff to publish a summary of the ordinance. Okay, that's my motion. I'd like a second and one other thing.
Thank you.
If there's a second.
Is there a second before we continue with the discussion? Second on Supervisor Callaway's motion.
If I may.
Please.
There's been a lot of things brought up in the many weeks we've been working on this issue. In fact, months. We started at the beginning of this year. So I've written something here to address on some of these issues that have been brought up from both sides. I have a daughter, and she isn't going to smoke marijuana or cigarettes or anything else while I have anything to say about it. She's also not going to drink or eat too much sugar. I have my way. She won't even start dating until she's 30. But I know that there will come a time when she will be on her own and will be free to make her own choices. That's the way it works. This is America. We value individual liberty and personal responsibility. Within the law, adult Americans are free to make their own choices about what they do, no matter what their mother or father may want. I promise to have an open mind on this subject, and let me tell you, I still do. But I'm going to vote on these regulations soon. However, let me be clear, I'm ready to vote another way if I see that these regulations are not working in the best interests of Calaveras County. When I ran for this office, I knew this day would come. Here's what I said on my campaign website. I will approach this subject with an open mind. Regarding re-regulating commercial marijuana, like any economic development project, I'll ask the same questions. Are the proposed regulations well planned? Do they conform to the general plan? Are they market driven? Do they benefit the county budget? Will they make our lives better? As your supervisor, it would be my duty to my constituents and the residents of Calaveras County to know the facts and make an informed decision. It is also my duty to share the facts with the people so that they too are informed and understand the reasons for my vote. Being an elected official is not about my personal agenda or personal feelings. We need to move forward beyond this issue. It has divided our community and even our families long enough. These regulations are the result of a long process. Between the Planning Commission and the board, I believe we'll have had well over 25 hours of deliberation, edits, modifications, public comments, and other input for the most part. Everyone working to craft regulations that will work. I appreciate that. The one thing we all agree on, the one thing I bet nobody in this room would deny, is that illegal marijuana grows are a blight on Calaveras County. Environmentally, socially, you name it. It is a fact that it is the illegal grows that cause the most of the problems. Everyone involved in this process, both sides, benefits from the eradication of illegal grows. Just as important, these regulations are designed to make sure the legal grows are conducted in a safe and environmentally responsible way. Let's be honest. Nobody can tell you for sure that these regulations are going to work, that overall Calaveras will benefit from regulations. But I'm voting for these regulations possibly because I believe that what we're doing now definitely isn't working. I believe these regulations are the only proactive policy course that can provide the resources we need to win the battle against illegal grows. So I'm voting to try another approach to dealing with the problem. But let me repeat again, I will be watching the process and the results. I will be proactive in suggesting any changes to regulations that need to be made to make Calaveras County a better place. Let's be honest about something else. Yes, of course, the additional revenue the county hopes to receive under these regulations and Measure C is an important factor in my decision. Of course it is. If the county wasn't going to benefit, why do it? Finding additional revenue to support county services, and that includes public safety. Without levying additional taxes on all property owners or every consumer in Calaveras County, without levying additional taxes on all property owners or every consumer in Calaveras County is a good thing, a very good thing, and there shouldn't be any embarrassment about it being a worthy goal. But money isn't the overriding concern for me. Let's talk about public safety. I sympathize with the sheriff. He's been asked to give us predictions about the number of illegal grows we can expect under regulations, the prospective crime rate, and whether Calaveras County will be safer. Not as safe or just about as safe, with regulations or without regulations over a given time frame. We have a good sheriff. I'm a fan of the sheriff, but even he isn't psychic. He had given us his honest thoughts and opinions about what we can expect under these regulations, and I appreciate that. I wouldn't have it any other way. So let me say this. If under these regulations, the sheriff thinks he needs more resources to keep Calaveras County safe as can be, he can count on my vote. Another objection to adopting these regulations has to do with CEQA and whether the EIR and the addendum is legal. I served on the Planning Commission, but I'm not a lawyer. However, the County Council is a lawyer. and is in charge of several more lawyers, and they say it's legal. I understand other lawyers say it's not legal, but I cannot let some letter from some lawyer paid for by one side of an issue overrule the opinion of county council on my vote. We also hear that 53% of the voters are against commercial marijuana. That was the no vote on Measure D in 2016. This isn't Measure D. Unless we forget, the companion tax Measure C passed with 67% of the vote. Nobody can really say how these regulations would fare in an election, but I do know that I was given the trust of 64% of my district last year, and I tend to live up to that trust. Finally, in closing, I have heard it said by some who are opposed to these regulations that marijuana is different. Everything is different from everything else, of course, but that's not what is meant. Marijuana is just somehow different. Sometimes marijuana is different because developing brains are harmed by smoking marijuana, and this could well be true. I believe it to be true. I don't mean to minimize this danger one bit. When I say that developing brains should not also drink alcohol, smoke cigarettes, take opiates, or engage in sports where there's an enhanced risk of concussion. We need to protect our children as parents and as a community. These regulations and other regulations are written to keep these threats away from them. It is against the law to provide alcohol or cigarettes to minors. And under these regulations, it will still be against the law to provide marijuana to them also. When you take a good look at it, marijuana is only different because the black market still exists. Al Segal is right. When you take a look at it, the reason why marijuana is different is all about black market economics. Black market economics works like this. 1, prices are high because it's illegal. 2, high prices incentivize illegal behavior. So we see that to justify keeping marijuana illegal because it's associated with crime is circular thinking. As Al Segal reminded us in his letter to the Enterprise, America had a direct experience with this circular thinking 100 years ago during Prohibition. The government made alcoholic beverages illegal, and criminality and violent crime went up fast. After Prohibition was repealed, violent crime went down. America was safer after Prohibition was repealed. As I read Proposition 64, what came through to me is how the legalization is trying to do the same thing. Break the negative feedback loop that prohibition of marijuana has created. We are all working to make our county a better place to live, and these regulations are a step in that direction. With that, I will second the motion.
Thank you. If somebody could help the lady with the turning off, putting it on stun. Ms. Miller, can you square that away? Sue, you got it? Okay. I have a motion and a second. Other statements from the board? Supervisor Mills?
I'll tell you, when I was in business, everybody owned a phone. Everybody who had a phone, it was a company phone, and I had a fishbowl with water for those people who had that happen. So it's interesting, and I go back to our conversations with Tabitha, and she said to go slow. I don't see that 190 applicants is going slow. This is basically being fast-tracked ahead and against the board's priority in January when we established what we were going to do first. Why that was important to talk about the general plan is because that is a foundational element for the CEQA work that's been done, which means that we've got a general plan that's already been admitted to being inadequate. Why do I say that? I can quote from March 8th of 2013, the existing general plan widely panned as outdated, inadequate, and legally indefensible per Sean Jansen in the Union Democrat. He was talking about the 1996 plan. There's an article in December of 2007. There are a number of cases where courts have held that public agencies are prohibited from approving projects that implicate inadequacies in an agency's general plan. Ellis and Folk, by the way, isn't he part of that Schulte Weinberger Group? Okay. Tom Impacino in 2006, speaking about the 96 general plan. I was asked to explain to the board the legal jeopardy posed by the county's currently inadequate plan. It turns out that I do not need to address that issue since the inadequacy of the current plan is among the worst kept secrets in Calaveras County. In the written materials I'm submitting, I point out some of the most obvious flaws in the plan. There's no need to belabor those issues today. December 16, 2012, we were cited as an example of what not to do in state literature on general plans. This is per somebody by the name of Willis, for those of you who remember. In fact, there was one time where Planning Commissioner Michelle Plotnick said, there's no way I can see we can approve this project under the current general plan. These statements are from 2006, 2007, and 2013, all claiming the inadequacy of the 96 plan that brought about the building moratorium of 2007. Doing that moratorium was an open admission the 96 plan was inadequate as of 2007. But that plan is being used today to support a CEQA finding in 1795 and is being used as a foundation for that CEQA. Leaves no other conclusion but the CEQA is inadequate as well. I make those statements because when I start looking around at what other land use that you could talk about where there is no ability of the neighboring properties to express their opinion about that issue or to mitigate that issue, and you could ultimately affect that neighbor's property value, could come down to, in essence, the government's taking of a portion of the value of your property by making this decision. Now, I'm going to go back, as I've referred to Sonoma County before. I have all of the Sonoma County documents right here. They're very extensive. And they're not letting the state decide what is going to be in the best interest of the grow operations in their area. And believe me, they do grow there. One of the things I found rather interesting was a deed and agreement by and between the grantor and the county of Sonoma conveying a well monitoring easement. Why do they do that? Because they say in their documents, water supply on site provided by municipal surface or well water within Zone 4, there should be no net increase in water use. Zone 4 on their map is almost half of their county. In other words, you can't intensify an agricultural use within a low or no water production area. And they're very clear about they want not only that groundwater easement, they give you the instructions, and those instructions are very detailed. I was amazed how well they put that together. We're not even close. They have what's called a cannabis strip generation form that's required. They're requiring, on the back side here, following employees must be 21 years old, do background searches. They're requiring local hiring preference for business. We seem to talk about that with the exception of this operation. Compliance with wage and hour laws. You actually have to report back to the county that you are truly filing a 1099. Required adherence to building code and grading ordinances, property setbacks, which is quite interesting. Biotic assessment required. Cultivation not located on slopes greater than 15%. No tree removal. Protection of prime farmlands. You cannot convert existing agricultural land. Culture and historic resource protection. Vegetation and fencing required. Site security plan required. Odor filtration systems required for indoor and mixed light. All lighting shall be fully contained and not visible from neighboring properties. Stormwater management plan and erosion sediment and control plan required. Fire prevention plan required. Waste management plan required. Remember I said before, even in Colorado, they got it figured out that you need to mix what you have as waste product 50% with other inert ingredients in order to get rid of it. And in Colorado, you have to log that on the state's website with who it was that got rid of it and where it went. We're not even close. Wastewater discharge management plan required. Renewable energy requirements must be 100% renewable. Generators are prohibited.
Easy.
I'm just going to, to say that we have done our best to craft an ordinance, and knowing full well what Sonoma County has put together, I'm really questioning the validity of the effort here. When you start thinking about the impacts to neighbors, and this has always been one of my big bugaboos, is how are the neighbors going to be impacted and how are we going to be able to mitigate those impacts? When you have low water and you have a higher intensity of use, and I'll give you an example of some illegal operations that were recently eradicated on Fullen Road, there was a lady up there was considering shutting down her business because she couldn't get enough water. Guess what? Her water's back. Is doing pump testing going to solve that? I'm not so sure. I'll tell you why. Because Blue Lake Springs Water for over 25 years attempted to drill duster wells to supply that area with water, and only a recent agreement with CCWD has solved their problem. Knowing that wells can go dry and remain dry indefinitely is one of those ifs that happen in fractured rock situations. People keep referring to the grapes that grow here in Calaveras County, but you forget, grapes grow in all climate zones in the world and in all water zones in the world. We cannot even begin to draw that comparison. But my biggest concern is, should we think about co-location and beginning to compact these sites into a very small area? What is the cumulative effect? And I don't think that the EIR has addressed that enough, or that we can really understand it well enough. I think, we can talk about the medical, everybody keeps bringing up the medical issues back and forth, but until I hear that you got a doctor next to your name, a doctor of medicine, I'm really thinking it's quite speculation, and that the federal government has really done very little research on the whole issue. Remember, we turned down hemp in this county, didn't we? You know, in Wisconsin, they're growing hemp commercially, and they're doing it successfully. But there's one thing that they require. Before that harvest happens, the state comes in and they test to ensure it's no greater than 3% THC. If it is, the entire product is seized by the state. What kind of guarantees have we got right here to protect our environment and our children and our water? My answer is right now, this is inadequate. I would have wished that the staff and those board members that worked so hard on this would have tried to find a compromise. You and the sir in the orange hat, I agree with you, that there is ways to find compromise. But we're right now, I think, hell-bent on creating something, good, bad, or ugly, and I can't go along with it the way it is. I just can't.
Thank you. Any final statements before we move towards the vote? Supervisor Toffenali?
Yeah, I have, I'm not going to go into, I don't have anything written down, pages of stuff to say. I'm basically where I was back in January 2018, and some of the regulations that were being proposed back then. I'm against the 10 acres. I would like to see that and ask this board to please remove the 10 acres. I'm against the 20 acres, even against the 20 acres. I think it's too small. I think in my district, we're going to have nothing but continuing problems with the odor. It's kind of strange to me that Supervisor Callaway would be behind a dark sky ordinance and a noise ordinance and vote for something when we know it's even in the EIR that the odor is a problem, that we would just go 150 feet away. That's like saying, gee, I'm sure happy that fire was only 150 feet away from my property, or I wouldn't have smelled any of that smoke. It's going to happen. And it's smaller 20 acres where it's going to be, and even down to 10 acres when it's abuts an RR zone, is absolutely, it's crazy. It's going to cause problems. I experienced the problems when I came on this board and the urgency ordinance was going on. It was nonstop phone calls and emails about problems. And I don't think any of those problems has been addressed in any of this. I think the EIR is inadequate. It talks about 190 maximum acres of growth. You've opened it up to nurseries. You've opened it up to 6 outdoor plants to anybody. That increases the canopy size regardless of what it says of 190 acres. That, to me, is a problem with the EIR, along with a couple other things. I also would like to ask County Council because I've heard a couple of members on this board and say that if something happens in the future, they would look at coming back to this ordinance, or any future boards coming back to this ordinance and doing away with it. Once this is passed today, this being a land ordinance, whoever gets their permit is now grandfathered in. Is that correct? You cannot excommunicate them from any future ordinances. You can't go back and say, no, we don't want to do this now, everybody go away. You granted them a permit, and you've granted them a grandfathered in this ordinance to continue. Is that not correct?
When the board adopts a permanent ordinance, a permanent regulatory ordinance, and there is a permit, obviously the permit would need to be renewed annually. If the board were to change course and look to modify any permanent ordinance, we would in fact need to include what is the term? Thank you, amortization language within that ordinance for purposes of essentially allowing the people that were allowed under this permanent ordinance to continue to operate for a certain set specific amount of time. I've seen some amortization of 5-year period. That's what is used quite frequently for amortizing an entitlement or other use out. Supervisor Toffanelli, do you feel that that didn't answer your question properly or adequately?
No, I think it serves its purpose of what you're saying. It's just, if another board comes in here, another member, there's an election coming up, there's 3 decide to do away with this ordinance, it's just not a cut and dried situation. It's not, there's a ban tomorrow and stop. That's not going to happen. What's being allowed here is basically some grandfathering in. And if that board decides to say, okay, we're not going to go forward with any more permits, but we'll let those stay, then it stays. And that's the way it is. You're not going to cut and dry tomorrow if another board comes in or somebody here is saying they're watching it and they don't like what's going on, we're going to come in and change my vote. It's not that easy.
That's correct. It would be, they would be allowed to continue for the time period of any amortization allowed in any future ordinance.
Thank you. The other problem I have with this ordinance is, and I don't know of any other ordinances, I go to the very bottom of this ordinance and 3 supervisors voted in and I go to SS on page 51, some findings by a supervisor. There's no basis for those, what this is in here for. To me, I can't understand why we would even want something like this in there. It has nothing to do with this ordinance. It's a personal opinion on illegal grows. And it's not conducive of exactly everything that happened between the urgency ordinance when it was going on and we were trying to permit, and where our focuses were as a county on the sheriff's office, having to send somebody out there with code compliance to do any inspections. Code compliance and all those officers that were elected, all the code compliance officers that were hired at that time specifically for the urgency ordinance, that's what their job was to do, was specifically go out and verify so we could get through the permitting process, which we talk about 190 right now. There were 700 and something of them. We only got through 190 over a long period of time because it's not that simple to get through. And I think one of the growers pointed out when he held up what the flow chart was to get one. It's going to be a long time. I truly feel that 190 starting out is going to overwhelm again the county. And those code compliance officers, after the urgency order, when we had the ban voted in, stopped that compliance part of it and trying to get the permits through, and focused on calls that they had for illegal grows. So that's going to go up because it's all illegal after that. So certainly those numbers are going to go up. The sheriff's office didn't have to focus on having to send sheriff's officers out for permits. You could now focus on complaints or getting warrants to go out and eradicate illegal grows that were all illegal. So yes, and when they're all illegal, those numbers are going to go up, and they did go up. So I cannot understand why something like this, and I urge the board to please take this out. I also urge the board to please take the 10 acres out. I don't think it's going to be right. I think we're going to have a bunch of problems with that, CPU or not, or CUP or not. It doesn't make sense when you talk about really tight regulations with these type of things in there. It just doesn't, I can't vote for this the way it's written.
Thank you. Before I call the vote, I too have a statement I'd like to read. I'd like to start by thanking the staff of Calaveras County, especially the people who are up here today. You have been dragged up and down the stairs. You guys have worked incredibly hard, showing a very high level of professionalism. Even when you've got a diverse and different opinion board, you've been able to handle this. And I respect greatly what you've done in 25 years of public service. I don't know if I've got the chance to work with such a fine group of people. Thank you. Today, we're going to vote on a cannabis regulation for our county. I want to make the point that this has not been rushed nor haphazard process in reaching this point. Since 2015, Calaveras has struggled with how to approach this industry. The green rush of 2016 was quickly followed by the urgency ordinance, which attempted to control the unregulated growth of the industry here in Calaveras. While the UO was abandoned in January 2018, we learned a great deal from that process. Since January 2019, we have worked diligently to incorporate the lessons of the urgency ordinance and the evolving state regulations, as well as the experience of other counties that they've gone through in order to come up with a thoughtful program. We have learned a great deal. We have held many public hearings and come up with a thoughtful plan. This plan restricts the total amount of cannabis to a fifth of the number applied to under the urgency ordinance. The plan protects sensitive environmental sites and provides that farms will not exist in residential neighborhoods. This plan can provide between 1,000 and 2,000 direct jobs in Calaveras County. Let's recognize that at the high water mark, our fabled cement plant employs just over 600. This regulation makes our community safer and more prosperous. All employers and employees will be required to pass background checks in order to be compliant, and any violation of this could result in a loss of their business and subsequently all their investment. This plan also provides needed funding for the county's services and safety. Even under the ban, and this board spending almost $1 million a year in associated MEC funding for the sheriff, the ban did not stop illegal growing of cannabis in Calaveras County. Simply put, the ban did not work. It allowed black market illegal grows to flourish and kept tax-paying and registered cannabis growers out. With taxes from legal cannabis, we can adequately fund the sheriff and stomp out illegal grows and stop the environmental damage that they cause. Let's be clear, this is a limited program in restricted areas. The program, when built out, will provide considerable revenue to the county. Some estimates based upon CDFA and other counties can predict revenues in excess of $1 million a year, $11 million a year to this county. Cannabis is a legal industry in California, and we as a county are a legal subdivision of the state of California. People can assign morality to this product on one side or the other, but I believe this is a legal product and legal business, and I believe that increasing businesses and jobs are a good thing for my county. Thus, I will support this program. We have a motion, we have a second. Madam Clerk, we do a roll call vote.
Supervisor Toffenelli?
No.
Supervisor Garamendi?
Chair votes last. Yes.
It's district order.
Yes.
Supervisor Callaway?
Yes.
Supervisor Mills?
No.
And Supervisor Stopper?
Yes.
So you have a 3-2 affirmative vote.
Thank you. And with that, we are closing the public hearing. We will return from lunch at 1 o'clock.
Gary?
Very well. Welcome back to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting for October 22nd. Excuse me. Welcome back to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting and the continuing meeting of October 22nd. We are on item 17.
Item 17 is from the Administrative Office to approve a resolution adopting fees for Chapter 17.95 of the County Code.
Thank you. We presented on this a couple weeks ago. Ms. Malata, is there anything to add?
Simply to note that this fee study is not a project under CEQA, and it is also exempt. It is a fiscal study, rather, and will not have a physical impact on the environment.
Thank you. Are there any questions for administration?
Yes.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes, thank you, Chair. The A87 costs that I had mentioned last time we discussed this, in that fee schedule, are those going to be absorbed by those paying for the fees?
The point about including that A87 was to make sure that we captured the indirect cost into the fee. So yes, the fees
Okay.
contemplate.
So would Circular 102 apply?
I would have to circle back to you on that.
Yeah, could you check? It doesn't state here what account those fees would go into in the financing section.
So, as previously discussed, there is in fact a budget unit in existence. That's what we know as the zero budget. At this point, the administration and with the hard, diligent work, obviously, of departments have been focused on getting to this stage. Implementation of which building the actual budget, should this item be approved, as was the ordinance, will be part of the next step in the process, and administration will revert back to the board with recommendations and options in terms of how to do that and move forward, should this item be approved.
I would be very curious to how this is going to be appropriated under California Government Code Section 29000. Just wanting to know where we're going to put this, what accounts this is going to go into, and how we're going to appropriate it out.
Are there further questions? Supervisor Stopper, are you queuing up a question or just moving? There you go.
Just a question. The account is one that was previously inside the approved budget for this year, right?
The budget unit exists as
Right.
a zero budget.
And it was within the budget that we approved, so the account is there for us to deposit permit fees in if they are acquired at this time.
Yes, in a discrete manner. That said, administration will bring back recommendations, but yes, the account is there.
Yes.
And my understanding is we can receive the funds.
Right.
I don't mean to interrupt, but could we make sure that we speak directly into our microphones, because it's hard for the audience to hear, and I don't know if the video is capturing the comments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions from the board, I will open up public comment. Everybody's here for the morning. You all know the drill. Everybody did a great job. Let's keep going. Mr. McManus, you have 3 minutes. Lead us off.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a couple of questions. I know you probably can't answer them or you refuse to, but with a lawsuit pending for, I don't know, 12, 13, 16 million dollars hanging over the county, and then you turn around and you approve pot thinking it's going to buy things for the county and make our life better, is that just going to be an offset, and the money that you take in on Measure C taxes, is that just going to disappear into a lawsuit and go away? We end up with nothing, but we're stuck with pot for a long time, like Supervisor Tofanelli mentioned, the grandfathering in. So is this going to be a net gain, or is it just going to wash out a loss?
Thank you. Other public comment? Montgomery, if you would like to speak, Ms. Montgomery, you may come up, but if anybody would like to speak, it helps us out a lot if you line up. All right.
Good afternoon, Vicki Reinke. The fee study, I read through the whole document, and I know I sent a comment to each of the Board of Supervisors on it, just some of the questions and comments I had reading through it. This document kind of outlines what is needed to give out a permit to somebody, and it's very involved. Everything in this document, it talks about the CAO and the Cannabis Control Department, which is not in place, not approved, not funded. So I'm confused that we voted in 1795 without any of this in place. 1795, according to what this says, is valid in 30 days. So what are you going to do in 30 days? What's going to happen? And right now our CAO is out on medical leave. He's the charge of all this? Are you kidding me? You guys need to put this on hold. This is nuts. And Supervisor Stopper, you said you didn't want to see something that's a disaster happening. Well, it's a disaster going to happen. Let's see, I've got a whole lot of notes. And about the permit, it keeps bringing up the permit from the UO. And I've said it before, the UO permits were null and void after we did a ban. I don't know why we keep talking about that, and I need that explained in public what that's all about. The growers should be submitting all new applications. And the other thing was about being able to transfer your permit. That needs to be explained too. I'm not sure what that's talking about. What permit are they transferring? And it keeps referring again to these people who are permitted under the UO. And that's part of this fee study. The other thing is you're talking about requiring 152 applications to come up with the 1.9 million that they claim they're going to get from these fees. But when's the money going to get collected? And is the fee refundable if the applicant is not accepted? Because that's what we had to do last time. We had to refund money to people because they felt cheated. And if we don't get the 152 application fees, then what? How are we going to pay for all this staff that you're talking about putting in this fee study? And how can the county process 152 applications without the staff first being hired? If this whole thing is nothing but the same as UO. We're going to build a plane while it's flying, and we're going to hope for the best. And Ben, you made that comment. You said, well, I'm going to watch and see. If it doesn't quite work out, I'm going to come back and do something about it. No, you're not. It's not going to work. You better look at it now before it's in law. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Oh, one of you two.
Hi. Just to clarify, this is about all the fees, I'm hoping?
This is about the fee 1795.
So do the previous fees also going with this, like for instance CUPs and zoning fees and things of that nature? Is this all lumped into one? Well, I'm not trying to be rude.
Excuse me. Trust the board. No sniping. Please.
I apologize. All I'm talking about is it's a cross between last topic and this topic when it comes to fees. Well, I hear everyone bringing up things like how are you going to come up with this money, how are you going to come up with that money. We know that the county is going to bring in a lot of funds by doing a few things. You're going to create CUPs for people with lesser acreage, and you're going to allow rezoning for people who do not fit in certain areas. There is another way to create income for the county regardless of anything, and that would be, and I hope you deliberate on this actually, but that would be creating a CUP for those who are not in those categories. I know I'm not supposed to talk to staff, but if I had to assume, there's probably give or take in the vicinity of 100 places that do not fall into these criteria. They're approved, but they don't meet the right zoning or the right conditions, so on and so forth. A lot of them are in the RR area. However, with the CUP, if you were to make it a non-refundable thing, what you could do is, based on complaint or nuisance alone, you could pull those. If 100 people were to receive the CUP potentially for that area, that's $600,000 of non-refundable money, on top of the fact that if these people should create chaos in any shape, way, or form, with a nuisance, whatever, they get pulled, and that non-refundable money stays. You pass that on to the next person and take even more in. I'm just thinking it's a way to get around it. I know there's a big thing about RR. However, if it's nuisance-based, there's tons of people who have been in RR that will never receive any complaints. Even the state itself doesn't have a problem with the zoning. The county is up to controlling that. That is just a way for you guys to bring in an excess of money for those that can't afford to change properties, so on and so forth, because a lot of people aren't going to be. You do this, you keep a lot more of the good ones in, or the ones that you want to see come back, because you know, pay your taxes, so on and so forth. Please consider it, actually deliberate on it. I sound like a broken record because I brought this up twice now, but the only thing is I've never heard anyone from the supervisor board actually mention it. And I understand everyone thinks, oh, RR or whatever, and just rolls your eyes at it, but it's a viable way to create income. It's a viable way to keep the community happy. It's a viable way to keep the people you've already let be in, stay in, and create more income. Please think about it. Thank you.
I don't know too much about stocks and hedge funds and all that kind of stuff, but I read in one of these documents that you could like own 4% or something like that, and so that means a whole bunch of other people have to make up the difference. And so like if something happens and they get poisoned by using this product, or whatever you want to call it, who do you go after? The guy that has 4% interest? Or maybe I'm talking about the wrong document, but anyway, I just don't agree with that. I think that somebody needs to be the responsible party that, you know, if something happens to your kid and they've taken something or you've taken something or whatever, that you have recourse. And 4% does not cut it. You know, they need to have it cut and dry. The person owns it and has a license, and that should be it. And you're stretching it out so nobody's accountable. And when you talk about the life of someone that you love, what is that worth?
Thank you. Gina?
Gina Gonzalez, Angels Camp. The gentleman before really irritated me. I'm going to tell you straight up, it happens in R&R. Life's going to be hell. I live in R&R. I worked hard to pay off my home. I pay high insurance rates, fire rates. Let's put it in Forest Meadows, Marita. Let's do that. Can we do that? Let's do that. Let's put it right next door to you in your yard. Okay? That's how I feel with it. Being in R&R is not a place. It's rural, residential. That's what it means. It doesn't mean rural farmland for people to grow marijuana. I have no problem with them being legal and legit. They have the right to have a business in this county. I don't agree with growing it, but it could be a good thing down the road.
Ms. Gonzalez, we're talking about the fee, not
Yeah,
the
well, I'm
zoning.
telling you that it being an R&R is no way, Jose, because there will be hell to pay if it comes up that way. That's a promise.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Kevin Clay, District 2. I got to say thank you to the supervisors for the commitments that's been going on for so long. It's a lot of work, I understand, just wanted to say that. With regard to the fee schedule, I think it's just, some of my comments go to some of the other issues today from 16 through 20 on the agenda, but I'll just speak once. I just want to, it's been a fascinating journey for all of us. I want to say that when you get to the end, maybe you can instruct the city staff, county staff, just to be reasonable as we go forward and all trying to understand this and make it all work. Reasonableness, sometimes I have to look words up to remind myself what they mean, but there's some comparable words: sensible, rational, open to reason, full of common sense, logical, fair, wise, level-headed, equitable. And reasonable is having sound judgment, fair and sensible. So I would just hope that you would instruct the staff to try to be reasonable as all of the 190 come out and try to work through all these things. But so thank you.
Speaker.
Good afternoon. I know that these fees you're talking about, they do not cover illegal marijuana grows. They cover the program grows and the people that are doing it by the books, etc. What about all the illegal grows that this industry will bring in on top of what we already have? It's not like we're capped out on illegal grows. We all know that that is going to increase substantially now that we have headed down the road of regulation. And these guys aren't going to care if you say, well, you can only do it on certain zones and certain size parcels. They're going to be in our neighborhoods again. And who are we going to call? Should we call your cell phones when we have a complaint? I mean, who do we call for the illegal grows? How do we get something done? There's so many of them here already that a lot of them have gone untouched yet. They might be on the list, but they're still out there. And now we're going to bring more illegal grows in that'll have to be subsidized by the taxpayers because it's not covered under this fee. And Measure C, the tax on marijuana, is in litigation, and that's not going to be collected till sometime down the road. So what are you going to do to keep us safe? How do these fees cover any of the added illegal activity that it's going to bring to our county? How are you going to protect us from us? Where's the fees for that? And where is the fee study showing what it cost us under the UO? I'd like to see how much this program cost the people of this county under the UO. How can we proceed with something when we don't even know what it's going to cost us, including the illegal activity side of things? How can you expect your citizens to sit back and say nothing and let you do this to them? We can't. You should be ashamed of yourselves.
Ms. Montgomery? Show of hands, who else wants to speak? Okay. Have the last talk.
I just have a
Ms. Montgomery,
question.
your
Will I
turn.
get my 12 minutes back that I was denied?
There's 3 minutes.
Starting now. Okay. So I need to set out that I believe, with all due respect, that the fee study is preposterous. And I'm going to digress a little bit and say that I have a phone transcript of my call with the director of the Office of Planning and Research. So I was really happy when that guy came up and talked today, because I have a transcript of it. I know exactly what was said and to who and what. So I have no problem. I also have no problem with people saying that we lie. Here's what I'm worried about talking about lies. Here's what the fee study bothers me. We have no idea where the pollution is. We don't have one single site mitigated, even identified. You realize that most mitigation measures, once they're identified, cost upwards of $3 million. Stream diversions cost more. We don't even know where they are. I know where a couple of them are. I know where more than a couple of them are. So it is preposterous to charge $12,000. We're sinking ourselves. It is the worst financial nightmare that this board could possibly make. Also, to know or should have known, now you know you've broken the law. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. You'll be our last speaker in public comment.
Brock Estes again, Valley Springs. I was pleased to hear one commissioner utter the word compromise. My goal now is to get two more to just say the word. Just say the word. Now, you're talking about fees. Once you charge somebody a fee, you're guaranteeing that they get something for that fee. And if they don't get it, they have every right to turn around and sue you and ask for that money back. I don't think you know that you can deliver what you're promising when you accept this money. I think you're hoping, but I don't think you know. And so I think you're gambling with taxpayer money. The $16 million lawsuit is hanging over everyone's head, and I don't know if there's some deal with growers that they'll drop that lawsuit if you give them permits. I don't know. If it is, it might be a reason why you're doing this. It would actually make economic sense. Now, gentleman in the first row over here spoke about the permit process and how very convoluted it was and how really thorough. The fact is, anyone can game this system easier than gaming other systems. It's a cash business. People are used to doing things under the table. Let me give you some factual evidence. Last month, the youngest mayor in Massachusetts history, the mayor of Fall River, Massachusetts, was arrested after an FBI sting for selling recommendation letters to get permits for growers. They have him on film as handing the recommendation letter and receiving $250,000 in a restaurant. And then a second time in the back seat of a car with a different person. This was only $75,000. Hey, somebody got a deal there. But there is corruption everywhere. Now, last week, at about the time you were going to vote on this, the FBI began to move in on Sacramento. And as it turns out, and this is a little complicated, you may recall Rudy Giuliani was dealing with two Russian-born Americans working for him in Ukraine. They got the word that they were in trouble. They were arrested at the airport before they could flee the country on one-way tickets. They've been questioned since then, and it has emerged that they're tied to a Ukrainian oligarch and that they have a second business with other partners, one of whom, again, this person is also linked to the Ukrainian oligarch, has somehow managed to corner the market on dispensary permits in Sacramento. Despite the fact that there aren't really supposed to be those kind of transfers, somehow with straw men, with false papers, it's happened. He owns over a third of the dispensaries. The FBI is focusing on that. There are more problems here than you could possibly imagine, and you're going too fast.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very well, that closes public comment. I'll bring it back to the board for discussion or a motion on item 17. Supervisor Mills.
Yeah, the biggest problem that I see is the one that I brought up when we were in the process of giving back the $940,000, and this is a cash business. It is something that the federal government is probably going to continue to watch very closely. I would just assume that the county not get involved in cash transactions involving this type of a fee and provide a way to shield themselves from 18 CFR 1956 and 1957. So this could easily become money laundering, and the county could easily become a participant in it, and for that reason, I would not support it.
Thank you. Further discussion or a motion on item 17? Supervisor Callaway.
Whether we want it or not, we've just approved that there will be commercial growth. So if we don't do this, then they can just really come and do a permit without paying anything. I believe the details that were put forth, coming up with the $12,000 was much better than what was done before, which is by hook or by crook, the seat of our pants. At least there's some reasoning behind the $12,000. There is a process, and a year from now, if I'm not mistaken, that we are going to re-review what this fee might be. Until then, if we ask people to submit a permit, whether it's a building permit or a permit to grow cannabis, we collect a fee. Planning department, we collect a fee. The fee is for the service to render, to manage that particular permit. It is not meant to get rid of the illegals. The illegals, as we're doing now, are being done with general fund dollars. So, what, yes, no? You want to say something?
No, I'm sorry, I was going to wait until you were finished, and then I'll make a point of clarification.
Oh, you can clarify me now.
Simply to say that the ordinance contemplates, sorry. It's on. The ordinance contemplates that we can't actually accept applications until the fee structure is in place. So that would be 60 days if the fee study were adopted.
Right. So this is a resolution, and I move we approve the resolution adopting the fees for $17.95.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Supervisor Stopper?
These fees will be assurance that we enforce the rules and laws that we've just put forward. These are to facilitate the process of the people that put in applications to come to the point where they were within compliance of those rules, and that's what they're allowed to be used for. When it comes to illegal grows, these fees cannot be used for illegal grows. So with that, I am for enforcement of an ordinance and holding people to the strict standards that we set forth, and I will second this fee study.
Very well, we have a
To those
motion.
ends.
We have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Statement? Supervisor Toffenelli?
Yeah, I won't support this. We have $548,000 right now that we collected on the past ordinance, and it's yet to be distributed. I see no indication that this will be any different. We have no idea whether this is correct or not. This is set up only at 80% of the permits at 152, and we're anticipating 196, 190, I'm not sure. Nurseries, I'm not sure exactly where these numbers came from, if they're adequate or even accurate, considering that, again, we have over $500,000 sitting in an account still that we collected and did not use, and the refunds that were going out did not consume all of that money. So I'm not sure this is even going to be either enough or too much. So I can't support it at this time.
Okay. Before I call the roll vote, I will make my statement, and that this fee study is comprehensive. I've actually read it, and ensures that the adequate funding is available for running of 1795. It's the staff and not this Board of Supervisors that are in charge of operationalization of our policy, and I expect in a short time period, they're going to bring forward a plan as well as budget items to operationalize the program. Because of the comprehensive nature of the study and our approval of 1795, I believe this to be an essential part of the legislative package that must be passed. Therefore, we have a first and a second. We've made our statements. Please call the roll.
Supervisor Callaway?
Yes.
Supervisor Stopper?
Yes.
Supervisor Toffenelli?
No.
Supervisor Mills?
No.
Supervisor Garamendi?
Yes.
We have a 3-2 vote in favor of adopting the resolution, with Supervisors Toffenelli and Mills voting no.
Thank you. We'll move on to item 18.
Item 18 is from the Administrative Office to adopt an ordinance adding Chapter 9.22 entitled Cannabis Background Clearance Badge, CBCB, to the Calaveras County Code and authorize the summary publication of the ordinance, find the ordinance exempt from CEQA.
Thank you. We discussed this at length the other week. Is there anything you'd like to add, Ms. Valletta or Mr. Turner?
I would like to suggest that if this is moved for adoption, that it be moved for adoption and waiving of the second reading of this ordinance.
Thank you. Any questions? Supervisor Mills?
Yes, we haven't resolved the III. My greatest concern with this particular ordinance has to do with the lack of having international background checks, primarily because of my personal exposure to the fact that we have had criminals in this county. If it would be very easy for an international criminal who would pass local background checks to be able to insert themselves as a worker at a particular site and in essence control the site and all of the administration of it. And they might be from anywhere from Finland to Bulgaria, simply because we're not able to look at the international background. That has been a concern, and it's still a concern with this issue. If we're going to add it in, then we need to talk about it or be sure it's in there. And if we do, how we're going to do it.
This ordinance has not been modified since it was last discussed with the board.
I know it hasn't.
Very well.
We can't hear.
The ordinance has not been modified since it was last brought to the board.
Very well. There's no further questions from the board. I will open up public comment on item 18. This has to do with the cannabis background clearance badge only. Anybody would like to have public comment? You know the rules, 3 minutes. Mr. McManus?
I'm going to try this one more time. I've tried it twice before, and I know you don't answer questions directly, but it used to be that if you ask a question during public comment, when public comment was over, either the department head or supervisor or something would respond to your question. They'd give you the answer later, not during an interchange right now. And I keep asking, how are you going to pay for this? You have no budget, no place to put the budget, no income, no place to put the income. You don't know how much it's going to cost you, and you don't have a budget to do it. I think that's against state law. I provided some citations for you a couple weeks ago. You just can't do it that way. You're just not king of the world. You've got to do things right. There's state law that governs all this. We as taxpayers are entitled to protection against exactly this type of thing. The budget needs to be discussed. We come to the budget meetings. We all talk about it. You vote on a budget. It goes in, and that's it. It wasn't put in. You didn't get it put in on this one. Now, you have to wait till next year when you open the budget again. Maybe you can squeeze it in, sneak it in there. But right now, to my way of thinking, you do not have the authority to spend money you don't have. You don't even have an account for it. And what I would ask one more time, is for an answer. How do you propose to legally set this department and badges and all this other stuff, set it up and pay for it? Now, Mr. Chairman, instead of passing notes to Marita, perhaps you would pass a note to yourself where it says, please get the answer from Mr. McManus and give it to him when public discussion is over. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McManus. Next speaker.
Broadcast this again. I'll continue. Now the subject is background checks on people. Those can easily be foiled also. I'm a little more concerned with the fact that you're picking winners and losers.
Sir, hang on. Could you repeat what you just said? I didn't quite hear it.
I said background checks can also be worked around. It's not a foolproof science. And speaking about people from other countries, I would think that would be one workaround. People can pay people off. Again, this is not an above-board business. It's an underground business coming above ground, and you have to proceed more slowly and more carefully. Now, as I said, I believe the solution is a compromise, but I can't get more than one supervisor to say the word. And now you're 3-2 votes into another day of complete and utter failure as a board. Yes, there are people who drove out of here, yee-haw, we won, and they didn't come back for the afternoon. But this is not governance, not at all. Now, in the matter of things you're subjecting us to, you're picking winners and losers. You can have one, you can't. You don't think that somebody with an Asian surname is going to find an attorney somewhere to sue the hell out of this county because they've applied a couple of times and no one from their ethnic background has been selected? Come on. You got to think about the things you're subjecting us to. What about the guy who's out at one of the 200 sites down a dirt road? Does anyone really believe that somebody is going to be there to see if the canopy exceeds 10,000 square feet or whatever it is? Please. The reason that people support a ban is they don't believe that you can regulate this. And so I'm suggesting a third way, which is that you take ownership of the cannabis industry. And then Bill would have to change his things from stop cannabis cultivation in Calaveras to control cannabis in Calaveras. And you could control it very easily, and it would be much more cost efficient. You would be in a few sites with 24/7 security that would be easily defended against people who will try and rob large amounts. And God help you if somebody goes to try and rob somebody way out in the dirt road in Sheep Ranch and they shoot the next door neighbor by mistake. Who's going to get sued? We, the taxpayers. This is not the way to do it. More importantly, it's not the way to do it without considering other options first. One of you, on one of these votes, abstain and continue this and look for a better solution. Show some courage. Don't all vote the same way every time.
Thank you. Ms. Reinke?
Good afternoon, Vicki Reinke. So the badge ordinance, I know we've spoke on it in the past. This badge ordinance was written by our sheriff's department and the district attorney. They were the ones who were going to oversee this process. You guys, not all of you, decided that the sheriff's department shouldn't have this and it should go to the CAO and the Cannabis Control Department. Why? We just heard a bunch of people get up here about the corruption that's happening in this business. We all know it's there. We all know it's going to continue. And yeah, maybe there's a few people out here that are going to be the honest ones, but it has been a cache. They all grew before illegally. So I'm sorry, I don't trust anybody. They've sued us. They've done everything you can possibly. Why would we want them here, this industry? But I'm curious, why is this taken away from the sheriff's department? Is it because you don't want them looking over your shoulders? Because maybe there's something going on? It's disgusting. And I want to ask this question because I think it's important. And by the way, what Bill McManus talked about, not having our questions answered here, it always used to be that we got our questions answered. When Supervisor Tovenelli was the chair, he always kept little notes and then we would get our response when it was on an issue. So that's really very frustrating for everybody that we get no answers to anything. But anyway, I want to ask each one of you, will you be benefiting from this ordinance financially yourself or someone in your family? So I'm asking that of Supervisor Garamendi. And I know you guys won't answer me because that's what you think you shouldn't have to do. But Marita Callaway, she was part of a Measure D. There was something there. Dennis Mills, he's opposed. I'm assuming that there's nothing there. Benjamin Stopper, are you going to benefit or have you benefited from the cannabis industry? So, keep that in mind because you're the ones who voted for this. And if that comes to be true, the citizens will make sure that something gets done about that, because you should not be up there making votes if you're going to benefit from it or someone in your family. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Garza?
Good afternoon. I think you guys are silly. Why are you even wasting time doing life scans when you received a life scan for our CAO? Didn't matter how dirty his hands were, you overlooked that and elected him. So why would you do a life scan on a marijuana farm or the people that work there? Oh, wait. Are you going to do it on the children that live on the farm too? You know, the farmers that have the children? Are they going to get life scans? Just curious, because you know a lot of the farmers have children. I just think it's a complete waste. You're not qualified to run these scans, and you're certainly not qualified to elect people to pass a scan. So I'm just thinking, who's going to pay for this? The farmers? Oh, and as the farmers hire people, how are you going to be informed? You think they're just going to volunteer? Oh, you know what? I just hired somebody. Let's do a background scan on them also. But it doesn't even matter, because you don't even look at what's on the scan. You ignore that and you do what you're going to do anyway, just like you're doing today. And your pictures, beautiful. Why don't you get rid of them and put up new pictures deflecting what you're doing to our county? Thank you.
Thank you. Mike?
Mike Falvey, District 2. A couple random thoughts. Observing this process for the past few years, I can't recall any one person from one particular side of this argument. I'll let you figure out which sides I'm talking about. I haven't heard one particular person, I can't recall it, coming up here and threatening you guys. But I can recall on numerous occasions, 2 within the last hour, of all of you being, well, 3 of you being threatened. One of them almost sounded like a personal physical threat. I was neutral on this subject, but I'll make a public statement right now. The one side of this argument is whack. I'm sorry. And you know, here's things that happen. Change happens in our world. It's been happening since Adam, they took the bite out of the apple. It's been happening. It's happening now. It's a societal change. Now, we don't have to necessarily agree with the societal changes, but if it's inevitable and if it's happening, what we need to do is work together, get through the growing pains, and make it work. One side does not want to get through, does not want to go through the growing pains of this industry. They just don't want to do it. They're myopic. They have blinders on. They can't see what's going on. And they keep going back to the same old arguments. We're past those same arguments. Okay, there's people up here today talking about how cannabis is bad for a person. You know, okay, we've been hearing it for years and years. Come on. I agree with the gentleman. He doesn't know if he's an Astros fan or a Nationals fan, but I want to see something besides a 3-2 vote. And I want you guys to huddle in a room and come out of here with some agreement, because, you know, it's 3-2, okay? It's 3-2, everything across the board. Why don't you try something novel? Go back to the old days of the U.S. Senate and the Congress. Negotiate, compromise, come up with common sense things. You know, now we're talking about the badges. They're still arguing about your criminals coming from Finland and Bulgaria. Come on. Let's come up with a common sense resolution. Get through the growing pains, because this is coming, folks. I don't know how to tell you. And again, I make a public statement. I cannot align myself with one side of an argument that is so bizarre. Thank you.
Thank you. How many other public speakers do I have? If you could please give me a show of hands. 1, 2, not sure if they're 3, 4. Thank you, Tina.
Hi. I'm wondering who I called to do the background checks for the illegal grows would that be our CAO or would that be our sheriff? Because we're going to need to know this information. And Marita, I know you said that we already have illegal grows here, and I know that. I grew up out in a rural area where there were grows. But prior to 2015, and that's the year the county started heading down the path of regulating commercial marijuana, prior to that, it was significantly less. And we're still cleaning up the mess that the UO brought in. Now we can expect a whole nother wave. So who's going to do the background checks on the illegal ones? Should I call you, Jack? Or should I call you, Marita, to report them? Or you, Ben, should I call you to report them? Because that's who I'm going to direct people to make their complaints to. Is if it's a non-emergency complaint, I'm going to direct them to have those complaints go to you. If it's an emergency one, obviously they're going to go to the sheriff. But this is so wrong in so many ways. And for you to belittle what I'm saying and saying, oh, well, we've always had grows here. Yes, we have, but not to the number they are today. And I lived through that influx of growers, both legal and illegal, right next door to me. And you can't say that, and neither can you, Ben. You weren't there. You didn't live with it. You didn't have your family taken away from you because of it. And also, I'd like to say, those of you who have personal devices that you keep using during this meeting, and you're getting emails or texts, if you could please read those aloud to us, unless, of course, it's in a family emergency. But otherwise, it would be nice to know what kind of comments are coming to you or information that maybe relates to what you're voting on. I don't think it's right that you act in an unprofessional manner, and when you're using your personal devices, especially when we're up here speaking, or during a motion, or any time, is right. And I think that's abuse of power. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Jennifer Stewart, District 2. I know we voted for the sheriff to be the one person that is responsible for safety and security of the people of this county. And to take that ability for him to guarantee us, or as much as possible, that we're not going to have international criminals on our neighboring borders, on my property line. I do have Russians to the right of me. They are here. And to me, it's as if this board has taken the liberty to divest the sheriff of his responsibility that we voted for him for. And that just seems criminal to me, that there's no way that even though you all were voted, you weren't voted to keep us safe, you were voted to do the right thing by us. Taking the power away from the sheriff is not the right thing by us.
Thank you. Ms. Gordo, Al?
This kind of reminds me of the Gestapo. We don't have enough to have a sheriff in the sheriff's office. Now we have to have a special organization, department, or whatever you want to call it, that is going to be deciding the law, whether people are following the law, whether they're following the regulations or the rules. And I completely disagree with cutting the sheriff's department out. They're the ones that have the ability to do an entire background check legally. And that is who should be doing it, not some trumped up organization with the CAO who doesn't happen to be here, and everybody knows why. And that's who we're going to have in charge of this new department. It is a trip, a real trip. I can't believe it. It's like a soap opera, a comedy. I believe the sheriff's department should be in charge of this. And so I don't know what to do to convince you to do that, but he is the one that should be in charge. And by taking him away just shows that it's going to be a criminal activity.
Thank you. Al?
Beauty before age. Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. We're talking about regulations pretty extensively here. And there should be some touchstone or principle that we can follow that would be able to preserve our free society. And our free society it's also a prosperous society. We're concerned about our economy, and sometimes we don't see the link between a prosperous economy and free people. Sometimes we don't, it gets fuzzy. People are prosperous because they're free. They're not free because they're prosperous. So we have a proposal for badges to be worn by people who are farming the cannabis. And the badges are to reflect a background check for any previous criminal activity. Now that's interesting. At what point are we moving across the line from protecting the public, which is what regulations are supposed to do, to actually oppressing the people? That looks like there's a line right there. Why not a badge for every supervisor that can pass a background check? How about a badge for every public employee that can pass a background check? Well, that sounds preposterous. Well, it is preposterous. But I guess what we could do at this point is establish a principle to sunset every regulation that seeks to oppress the basic rights to life, liberty, and property, which are guaranteed by the Constitution on the 5th and 14th Amendment. If we could do that, we could slowly heal. We could slowly get prosperous again. We could have less government regulation, and we could have happier people. People are basically good. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes CCWD Chairman, Mr. Russ Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to assure you that I'm not here to talk about CCWD issues, but and I had intended fully to just come and listen, but I feel compelled to say a few words. Many will recall that I used to sit up there doing your job, and I don't recall an instance in the 4 years that I served where my decisions were people were taking a second look at my decisions based on how their perception of how I might personally be gaining or benefiting by that decision. It's a personal affront to me to hear those types of allegations here. I think it's offensive. I know what a terribly hard job it is for you to do your job, because I've done it. Yes, there are 3-2 votes that have occurred here, but I don't have any doubt that each one of you 5 have come to that decision that you've made, the vote that you've cast, with the most sincere dedication to the oath that you took. You're voting your conscience and the conclusions that you've come to after reading all the volumes of material and hearing all the comments. So, and I don't hold anything against Director or Supervisor Mills or Toffanelli for voting the way that they did. You're doing your job. And I really commend you, all of you, for doing your job. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further public comment, I'll close public comment, bring it back to the board for further discussion or a motion. I would like to ask if there's any motion that would include Director, as advised by staff, adoption and waiving of the second reading as part of the motion.
Sir.
Supervisor Stopper.
We do have to take in consideration that the 5th and 14th Amendments of freedom apply to the rights of freedom and prosperity. This will be one of the hardest jobs to get in Calaveras County right now because of what we've put through as requirements for someone to get a job. At the same time, it comes to a conclusion on this subject, but Supervisor Toffanelli sat in yesterday for me with a mother-lode job training agency, and everywhere across, part of rehabilitation is getting someone out of prison and finding a path to a job that pays well so you don't have to, so they aren't put back into the environment that put them inside prison in the first place. So rehabilitation is partially getting a job. But we understand that this industry is coming out of a black market, and yes, there are bad players, and we do want to present a filter. And like I said before, originally, this was brought before us. I believe there was 12 things that the sheriff had suggested to be in here that would be potential disqualifiers from getting a job inside this industry. After we sat down with him, there was a 13th added when it came to environmental damage done or environmental crimes. That was added. We added all 13 of those disqualifiers into this. So I believe that this, while it may present a hardship for some people to get a legitimate job, it also presents a filter for the future so that we may have a path so that we don't have so many people that present a danger to the rest of the community. With that, I'll move to waive the second reading and as staff had recommended.
So we have a motion to adopt item 18. Further discussion or second? Supervisor Mills, your light is on.
Yeah, thank you. Again, the financing says no anticipated fiscal impact associated, yet the general fund seems to be taking a massive hit with all of the discussion that's gone on to this point. There was a statement earlier about no line item. Yes, there is a line item for this particular activity. However, that line item is currently zero. And under section 29088 of the government code, it says very clearly that it's the board's responsibility to appropriate funds into or out of that line. And at this point, since we have an adopted budget, it would require a 4/5 vote. So I just want to remind the board, they're going to have to do some creative financing to get around this particular issue of how we're going to pay for it. And with that, I'll just leave it until we vote.
Thank you. Is there a second or further comment? Supervisor Callaway?
Yes, I'll second this. As Supervisor Stopper said, we added lots of things to the conditions based on what the sheriff and district attorney said. I also want to remind you that we have live scans done of people working in the library, animal services, health and human services, schools, that do not go through the same process that was asked for the sheriff to protect us from the evils of cannabis. I mean, and there are groups that deal with children a lot more than what will be occurring here. I think it was a compromise. The sheriff said, you handle it, and I will deal with the illegals. And so, based on what I thought was a good compromise, it was probably more strict than I would have wanted. I accepted that too, and based on that, I will second the motion.
Thank you. Supervisor Toffenelli?
Yeah, and again, apparently this is going to be a 3-2 vote again. I can't vote for this the way it is right now. Financing wise, it says the CAO's office will bring a fee resolution forward to charge fees necessary to defray the cost of the CBCB program. So we don't even have that established. We're going through this ordinance and we're not completed yet. We're not having anything in place to start this program for this ordinance. I think we're putting the cart in front of the horse. Plus, we don't have any funding or a actual Department of Cannabis Control set up. We don't have any of that, which it says in this ordinance that they're going to be in charge of this. Again, as I stated when this came before us before, I think it's not the proper procedure to go forward with taking the DA and the sheriff out of this completely and telling them go enforce the law. I think this would be part of that, having them in tune with this. And I still don't see where the funding is going to come from to apply for this ORI through the state. There's cost associated with that. There's no cost in any budget item to pay for any of that, or even any of what we're going to be trying to start doing here. I just can't go forward with not anything in place identifying that. It doesn't make sense to me. I've sat here for many years on this diocese, and many ordinances and many things have come before us to which it was a complete package when it came to us. So we could go forward with it, and the county could go forward with it, and the departments could go forward with it. This just doesn't seem to be going that way. It's just hurry up, rush, let's get this due, let's get it done, let's pass it today, let's go, yeah, let's move. And there's no clear-cut path to where we're going. We're going before we've laid that down. So I can't support this based on all of those things I just spoke about.
Thank you. We have a first and we have a second. I'll make my statement and then we'll call the roll. I believe that this ordinance helps protect the citizens of Calaveras County by completing comprehensive background checks on employers and employees. I agree with Supervisor Callaway that this was a compromise. So I agree with Supervisor Stopper that we have to provide jobs for people. It's part of rehabilitation. But that's not what this ordinance is about. These regulations are far more comprehensive than background checks by the state and may be considered the most strict background checks for the industry in the state, probably the nation. I think it's important that we thank all the departments in the county have worked on this ordinance, especially the DA and the sheriff. I thank them for their time. They provided tremendous insight. I believe that this is a good program, and I know it will set the bar very, very high for growers. I believe no grower will risk their investment and their business by hiring a person who has not passed background. Therefore, I support this program. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll?
Supervisor Stopper?
Aye.
Supervisor Callaway?
Yes.
Supervisor Toffenelli?
No.
Supervisor Mills?
No.
Supervisor Garamendi?
Aye.
So you have a 3-2 vote approving the adoption of the ordinance with Supervisors Toffenelli and Mills voting no.
Thank you. We'll move on to item 19.
Item 19 is from the Administrative Office to adopt a resolution imposing fees for the implementation and administration of the Cannabis Background Clearance Badge Program pursuant to Chapter 9.22 of the County Code.
Thank you. Staff, any statement?
I would like to iterate that the fee study... Sorry. I'd just like to mention that the fee study is not a project under CEQA, and it is also exempt from CEQA. It is only a fiscal study and will not have a physical impact on the environment. Oops.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Seeing none, I'll move to public comment. Any public would like to comment on this item? You have 3 minutes.
Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. Gary Tofinelli had some good points regarding knowing what something would cost before passing it. I think that was his main point, is that there wasn't research done to indicate what the cost of what's it going to cost the county and the taxpayer before you pass something. I wonder if you could do that now. And then if the costs seem reasonable, then pass it. That make sense? Thank you.
Other public comment on this item? We're discussing this cannabis background clearance badge. Mr. McManus.
I see you didn't write a note to yourself, Jack.
I'm sorry?
I see that you did not write that note to yourself that I asked you about. Still haven't got the answer. Twice already, 3 times today. Here goes number 4. It really doesn't make any difference what kind of pricing or cost you come up with. And I said it once before, and I'll say it again, and I mean it with all my heart. Why would you turn something as important as this over to F Troop when you have the A team sitting here that can do the job 10 times better? Doesn't make any difference about cost. These are the professionals. These are not bureaucrats. These are not people sitting around, serving 2 bosses because they're a half a person on a distribution list. Is that good management practices to have county employees with 2 bosses? They're a half a person. Which half shows up to work? Yet you refuse to tell us how much it's going to cost. And you refuse to tell us, when you do come up with a number that's kind of a guess, where are you going to get the money from? How many times do we have to ask? How many times do we have to ask you to please follow the law? Please do it right. How many times do we have to ask or beg? Do you like it when we beg? Is that a little bit better for you? To please give us answers like you used to after public comments? You want people to come to the meetings and get involved? You want them to ask questions? You want them to understand what's going on? And then you treat them like that? Come up and ask your questions. Adios, see you around. We used to get answers. Now we don't. We get grim looks. We get blank looks. We get eyes rolling. We get everything but an answer. And I think we're entitled to one. I think we're entitled to one. And when you guys are talking to each other up there, a couple of you, on your private communication devices, I think that's a Brown Act violation. And whenever that happens, I think the county council should pick up that phone and read those communications into the record. It's part of the official record of the meeting. Maybe you don't want to tell us that either. Seems like there's a lot of things you don't want to tell us about. And how do we find out? We keep asking. I don't think I've been rude. I ask you very nicely at this meeting and previous meetings, can you please tell us where the money's coming from? We still don't get an answer. But for 3 years, we waited to find out how much the crime under the UO cost us. We never did find that out either. You guys are real good at keeping secrets.
Thank you, Mr. McManus. Next speaker. Excuse me. We have public comment. Vicki, you have 3 minutes.
Vicki Ranke, you have to refresh my memory. Did we have the presentation from the CAO on the fees that you're asking for? I know I'm asking a question, but I think that question could be answered. Was there a presentation? I don't recall one. It says in this packet for today's meeting, it says the CAO will bring a fee resolution forward to charge fees necessary to defray the costs. So that's in today's thing. So does that mean he's supposed to bring it today? And maybe I missed it in my packet that I printed off. Was there a resolution written and sent out on the agenda items? Okay, I missed that one. But I don't think this was ever presented in public except on pieces of paper. So I'm concerned about that. And, you know, it's good to see the breakdown and how you think that amount of money is going to be enough to do this project. And again, the CAO is in charge of this. We don't have our CAO right now. I don't know what you're thinking, but again, I'm going to say it, even though you've already voted, this needs to be delayed. We're going to be in big trouble. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi. I've been thinking about these fees and the CBC badges being taken from our law enforcement. And I'm completely against that because you're giving it to the CAO. And the CAO doesn't work for us. The CAO is not going to protect us. The sheriff works for the people, and he will protect us. And I don't know if you took that part away so the fees would be lower. It doesn't make sense to me. But I don't trust that the CAO is going to do his job like our law enforcement team will and can and has. I don't think that you should circumvent our elected official sheriff and take that away from the people, that piece of public safety. Thank you.
How many more public speakers do we have? Thank you. Brock, if you could line up, we could make it faster. Ms. Corda?
There's a saying that goes, power corrupts, but absolute power corrupts absolutely. And that's what this new department stands for. Absolute power. And so the deterioration has already begun, even before the throne has been filled. And I think that it's really wrong to take away our sheriff from doing his job and having him sit on the sidelines and play patty cake. It's an insult to the sheriff's department. And I feel that it's also an insult to all the constituents of Calaveras County, because we need to have people that are professionally trained to do law enforcement. And basically, when you have a black market that's turning into a green market, you have a situation that it just spoils. You have a situation that is not compatible, and it's not right, and you're stealing from us. You're stealing from the citizens of Calaveras County.
Thank you. Mr. Estes, I don't see anybody else stand up to speak, so you'll wrap up our public comment. Thank you.
Well, I don't know who's going to win the game tonight, but I suspect that the score is going to be 3-2. Now, Bill McManus, who I've never met, I have nothing to do with him, said, do it right. I say, do it smart. Do it so that you don't put our tax funds in jeopardy. Now, earlier, I gave an example of a fictitious person, we'll call him Jim, lives at the end of a dirt road in Sheep Ranch, and he gets a permit, passes a background check, and one night, 2 cars full of gangbangers from Modesto show up with guns, and they're going to rob him of his product. And he's out there all alone, and he's supposed to defend that. That's the stupidest thing in the world. And if he gets shot and killed, his wife will sue you and the county for everything because you set up a system to put him in jeopardy. No. The right way to do this is to control it, not regulate it in a way that you really can't do. Regulation is really self-regulation. You're not going out there to look at the canopies. Let's say this guy Jim is standing in his driveway, gets a call on his cell phone from his buddy Jack who says, Jason's on his way up your driveway. He's got Oklahoma plates. I've seen the contents of his suitcase, $100,000 in $100 bills. He wants you to put 75 pounds in his truck so he can drive back to Oklahoma. You think that guy's going to sell it to him or not? Because I think he is. I think he's going to sell it to the black market. Now, if it's all set up with the county controlling it, grown only on a few sites, that can't happen. Too many witnesses. Also, it's safer to defend. Now, Jack, you might like this. I see no reason why, if we had grow sites like that, people who were over 21 would handle the growing, but people who were 18 and over could handle the surveillance. You're going to need 5 to 7 people there at night. You're going to have an electrified fence. You're going to have video cameras at every corner you're watching. I think 18-year-olds could do that. And Ben, here's something for you. In Montgomery County, the county liquor authority employs 300 people. They have a great union, a great package with great benefits. And those are your supporters too. That's what we could have set up here, is a good union job for people working for the county marijuana authority or cannabis authority, whatever we want to call it. It can be organized better. I heard you say the word compromise, Jack, but not in the way I thought that you knew that I was intending to hear it. I really want to hear somebody move that way, even if it's just a simple abstention that continues things, not another 3-2 vote. Come on, you're better than this. You really are.
Thank you. All right. I said you were going to be last, Mr. Estes, but Ms. Morris, you could have the final word.
I just have a quick comment. We've been talking about the sheriff, and we defied the sheriff in the past by not, how do I put it? We're not listening to what the sheriff has said. We're not, and they spent a lot of time with an ordinance. But let's not forget the district attorney. The district attorney's office also came before you and expressed her concerns about what we're doing here and what needed to be with the badges. And the district attorney's office has been totally left out of this. And the district attorney's office is a huge part of our process here. Yes, the sheriff, and we absolutely must support the sheriff and what the sheriff does. You people don't keep us safe, they do. DA's office prosecutes. We must never forget this. This is how our county works. This is how we're kept safe. This is how you're kept safe. This is how your family's kept safe. This is how we keep order in our community. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Seeing no further public comment, I'll bring it back for the board for further discussion or a motion on item number 19. Supervisor Mills, you had a question?
I would just like to make a point, and this is something that I started, believe it or not, with Kristen Stranger with HHS, is that please include in your financial discussion the line items for which you are appropriating or taking in the funds. So I went through real quick for those agenda items today, and on page 29 of agenda item number 10, there's the line item, the account number's right there. I go to agenda item number 11, page 44, same thing. Agenda item 13, page 78, same thing. Agenda item 14 on page 114, same thing. So this agenda item, number 19 on page 354, nothing. How do you do that? If I can't find a line item that's showing an appropriation, or I can't find a line item showing how we're going to expend, what are we doing? So I got to go back again to 29088 of the government code of saying this is going to take some very interesting manipulation of a budget to make it work. That's the only way it's going to happen.
The administrative office will be bringing back an item with recommendations for building out this budget. This fee study was intended to capture the cost of the program, and that's what we're bringing before you today.
Supervisor Toffenelli?
Yeah. That's why I made mention on the last item of what I said. I think this item should have been on the agenda before the previous item, so we could have this discussion. This is a fee schedule to where are the fees going? Where are we depositing these fees? Where is it in the budget? Where is it in the budget to expend these fees? It's not. It's not there. So then now we're going to bring back, the CAO's office is going to bring back something for us to approve for it. Again, we're putting the cart before the horse here. You haven't got the votes for that right now. It takes a 4/5 vote, since we've already voted on a final budget for any additional appropriations. We're going to collect these fees. They're going to sit in a pot until you have 4/5 vote, or you bring something back that we can all compromise on to pay for this. Otherwise, you're going to be expending general fund dollars trying to move this forward by pushing it off into other departments. We haven't created with any budget, any funding, a Department of Cannabis for all of these last two items to go through. You've gone and approved, and you're about to approve this mechanism for fees without any appropriations for it. It hasn't come to us. It hasn't been in front of us to approve it. That's what should have come first for us to have a discussion. Once you decided to create this department of cannabis for all these programs to go through, that's what needed to be before us for us to have that discussion. Just to me, we're just pushing this through without doing it in the correct manner, in the correct way of doing it. I'm sure it's going to be a 3-2 vote to approve this, but then it's not really approved because now we have to bring it back from the CAO's office for another agenda item to get this thing where it needs to be. It doesn't make sense to me how we're doing it backwards. Even these two items, 18 and 19, again, I think this one should have been before, as I brought up earlier, the previous item, so we could have this discussion. I just don't see how we can say we're going to collect fees, but we have no way to mechanism to deposit the funds, or we're going to find an account to deposit the funds, and then no way to appropriate those funds. You're charging fees with no appropriations. It doesn't make sense. I can't vote for this based on that.
Thank you. Further comments or a motion on number 19? Supervisor Callaway?
I'll move adopting a resolution imposing fees for Chapter 9.22. We have said that we're going to adopt an ordinance to do this, where it's going to rest. So maybe we should have put 19 before 18. The reality is we put number 18 before 19. Now we're going to say that we're going to collect fees to implement 17.95. That's the base. We've said we're going to do 17.95. We've adopted fees for 17.95. We have said where that's going to be done. So we're going to authorize a summary of it, and now we're going to approve the fees. I understand what Supervisor Tuffanelli said, but sometimes we have to start somewhere. And if we want to go ahead and accept permit applications, then we need to have the fee schedule that goes with that, and the fees how the fees will be applied for LifeScan.
Very well, we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Either way you go, horse cart. You say the fees need to be before what we approve, but how do we know what the fees are going to be without approving something? So either way, someone can call cart horse or horse cart. You know, I do agree that, you know, we need, you know, there is an order of things, but You know, you can talk about the past, but in the past, you always passed the ordinance and then the fee schedule came right after it. The fee schedule has never become before an ordinance, ever. Because you need to know what you're basing the fee schedule on. So without significant changes being here, now we know that the fee schedule's based on what we just passed. Not to belittle what Supervisor Toffenelli is saying, because he does have a point on the other hand, Where are we going with it? But fact is, we have 9.22 passed. We know what form it's in. We now know that the fees need to be applied in that form, which they were based on that form when they were put together for today. So I'll second it on that basis, but I'm not done with my comment with that. Moving forward with this, you can disagree with regulation. You can continue to disagree with how it's done. The work here is the biggest compromise between regulation and a ban that we've seen so far. We've seen two extreme sides of regulation and ban. This here is to move forward, which with what I believe are the strictest background checks in the entire nation, for all I've seen. For most definitely in California, with everything I've seen. With that said, that's my second.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Toffenelli?
Yeah, I would like
second.
a couple comments on rebutting that. First off, you've created a ordinance with no funds. You can say ordinance first and then the schedule of the fees, but nothing's come before this board to appropriate those funds. So you can collect all the funds you want, you can say it and go first, you can go and say it second. There's been no vote by this board to expend any funds collected in either this ordinance or the previous ordinances. That's got to come before the board because we've passed the final budget already. And that was my point, is yes, we should have had this discussion. We should have had the fee schedule, and we should have the discussion right now of how these are going to be appropriated. You can say this is a fee schedule to collect money, and this is what it's going to cost. But again, by law, per law, you need a 4/5 vote now that the final budget has been passed in order to expend any of these fees. So we should have had this discussion before, in my opinion. And that is my opinion. I'm not wavering from that. And it's my opinion the discussion should be now about, and it's going to come back from us, so we're going to have that discussion later on, apparently from the CAO's office whenever that happens. That discussion should have been first, in my opinion, too, because you're now collecting fees you cannot spend. You can collect all the fees you want. So the money to do this program is going to be coming out of the general fund, because you cannot expend these without a 4/5 vote, any of these that you've adopted so far today. And we have yet to have that discussion on how we're going to expend any of these fees that you guys have voted to take in from these people. I'm not against a fee for something that needs to be done, but you have to set up the proper path in order to get there to begin with, and that's not being done. This is being shoved down our throats as fast as you can get it in here out of any sequence just to get it there so it can go. And that's my opinion, Mr. Stopper. I'm sorry, but that I have my opinion because I've been here a long time and seen a lot of things. And this has even been pushed to general plan aside. That was supposed to be the number one priority that came before this board. We've got, again, no way, we haven't even had the discussion how to expend these funds.
Okay.
So you can collect however you want, it doesn't matter.
We have a first and a second on the floor. Everybody's made a statement. Only thing I'm going to add is that I have read the item, and it is very comprehensive on exactly what the funds are going to be used for and how it's going to be spent. How we operationalize that is the question that Supervisor Toffenelli brought up, and he's correct. We'll have to take that on next. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Supervisor Callaway.
Yes.
Supervisor Stopper.
Yes.
Supervisor Toffenelli.
No.
Supervisor Mills.
No.
Supervisor Garamendi.
Yes.
We have a 3-2 vote adopting the fees, the resolution for the fees, with Supervisors Toffenelli and Mills voting no.
We are going to take a 10-minute break. We will return at 2:40. Welcome back to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Callaway has been located, a secure location. We are on item 20.
Item 20 is from the Administrative Office to adopt a resolution authorizing the Calaveras County Division of Cannabis Control to access state and federal level summaries of criminal history information for the issuance and monitoring of cannabis background clearance badges pursuant to Chapter 9.22 of the County Code.
Thank you. Staff, do you want to present on this, or is there any item?
Essentially, we are intending to rely on the presentation that CAO Alt gave on this issue recently. If the board has any questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
Any questions from the board? Seeing none, I will move to public comment. Is there public comment about receiving this RT? Mr. McManus.
Okay. There's a couple things that just keep blowing by here. I've heard Supervisor Toffanelli twice say this requires a 4/5 vote to move ahead. You move ahead with 3/5, and we have high-priced, high-powered legal talent sitting right next to you. Why doesn't County Council jump up and say, hey, wait a minute, this one definitely requires 4/5. Or it requires 3/5. Mr. Toffanelli, you're wrong. Or Mr. Garamendi, you're wrong. Where do you get your evidence? Or where do you get your advice from, your legal advice? Do you get it off your tablets? Does Marita pass you a note with the information? The county lawyer is sitting right here. That's her job, is to keep you out of trouble. And as I remember, there was a government code 29124, I believe. If you guys spend money illegally, it's found out, you become, or can become, personally liable to repay the taxpayer. I don't know what you're going to spend the money on. I don't think you have the authority. Why don't we ask Ms. Stedfeld to enlighten all of us that does it take 4/5, or is it 3/5, or is it up to the chair, or is it up to animal control, or who runs this place? I thought government code meant something, but you guys just blow right by it. It's unbelievable. It's like it doesn't even exist. And how are we as citizens supposed to trust our government? You want us to obey ordinances and laws. You have ordinances and laws that you're supposed to obey too, but you don't do it. Someone's wrong here. And why is that misinformation allowed to percolate in the office? What's going on? Is Gary right? Is Jack right? Who's right here? We have a right to know that and the reason why. And then when you get around to, if you get around to doing it right, we'd like to know where's the money, how you going to, we know what you want, but we like to know that our funds were properly appropriated into the budget, because the budget's locked right now. You either got to slip it through the keyhole or you got to do it right. When you do it right, you get the money in there, let us know and we can discuss it. But at least we know you followed the law. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker?
Vicki Reinke. So number 20 is adopt a resolution authorizing Calaveras County Division of Cannabis Control to assess state and federal level summaries of criminal history information for the issuance of the CBCB. Doesn't our sheriff already have that clearance? And why do we now, I guess it's just going to go back to what I said before. This should not be under any cannabis control department. This should be under the sheriff. He already has all of that ability to check all these things, and we've said it, everyone said it. We trust our sheriff's department. That's who we elect to do these kinds of things, not a cannabis control department that we have no idea who the person's going to be that's going to do this background clearance badge. And then you have to go out and try to get something that we already have in our sheriff's department. So anyway, please, you better start reconsidering. And again, I have that question, if today's vote puts that 1795 ordinance in a 30-day approval time. And then does it mean after 30 days, these people can come and start asking for permits? Please answer that question.
Ms. Corda?
The way it looks to me is that the Cannabis Control Department, or whatever you call it, is kind of like the mafia. And the mafia sits over here, and the mafia organizes things and does whatever they want to do, and then they dictate to the Board of Supervisors how it's going to be.
Thank you. Tina, Trevor, which one?
CBC, all that, Cannabis Control Division, summaries and histories of criminal backgrounds. There seems to be a complete lack of internal control for this program. I know in the private sector, you would not have your CFO running your financial statements, paying the checks, writing checks, signing checks. You wouldn't have that CFO doing your bank reconciliation. There's reasons for that. That's to prevent fraud, embezzlement, crime. And it seems to me we have a clear lack of internal control with this division doing everything related to this industry. I don't think we have a grape department, a wine division, separate divisions. And why is that? Why would we want the CAO responsible for every single aspect of this industry? You're setting yourselves up for real problems. I think it's very unprofessional. I think it's wrong. And I think that you are setting it up for potential corrupt and illegal activity to take place right within the county. You could have separated some of that by leaving the badge and the fees and the background checks with our elected sheriff, who is sworn to uphold the law and protect its citizens. Our CAO didn't do that. He didn't swear to uphold our law and keep the public safe. He didn't do that at all. And now he's going to be in charge of this program and everybody under him, and it's clearly just being rushed and pushed through, and it's not for the benefit of the residents of Calaveras County. It's for the benefit of a few, but what this industry brings with it, that's going to be the real and serious problem.
Thank you. How many other speakers do we have? Mr. Estes, you'll be our last speaker.
Hello, Board. Trevor Whitkey. I believe it was in December of 2016 when then Supervisor-elect Dennis Mills said that he supported the creation of a cannabis czar to oversee the urgency ordinance program. I don't see any reason why we wouldn't want somebody, a single individual overseeing and in charge of all of this program, considering what we experienced with the urgency ordinance with multiple different departments and the confusion that the urgency ordinance wrought as different departments interpreted it in different ways. I believe that the county's engaged in a long deliberative process here. The sheriff, the DA's office, and the CAO's office have all come together and considered this proposal and have made suggestions. Those suggestions have been adopted. And moving forward, to vote against this particular piece would be a vote against comprehensive background checks. Let that sink in. If you vote against this, You're voting against comprehensive background checks. So, Supervisor Tofinelli, you may disagree with everything that has been proposed, and you may have an issue with the overall program, but I think you support comprehensive background checks. To vote against this would be a vote against comprehensive background checks. Supervisor Mills, I say the same to you. You may oppose 1795 as it's been proposed. You may oppose the creation of the CBC program. You may oppose the creation of badges. You may oppose everything that has been proposed today. But to vote against this is to vote against comprehensive background checks. That seems silly. At this point, given all the votes that have been had, it makes no reasonable sense to vote against comprehensive background checks because it only hamstrings this agency moving forward and removes tools from the CAO's office that would ensure that the public safety is guaranteed. So please, for public safety, support this ordinance or this proposal, just like it has been proposed by county staff and supported by county staff and supported, I believe, by law enforcement in the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Justice, you're our last public speaker on this.
Well, regarding comprehensive background checks, I'm not sure I see why we're going down this road. This isn't people who are going to work with children or the aged people who are somewhat helpless. These are people who are basically going to work in the fields harvesting a crop. Secondarily, most background checks don't go all the way back. I had one that went back 7 years. I think some go back 10 years. So somebody who killed his wife and family 12 years ago would qualify. Somebody who had a DUI 9 years ago wouldn't. I don't know. This kind of seems like you're going off in the woods. Plus, once you find that they've passed a comprehensive background check and you say, okay, you're in the program, does that really guarantee that they're not going to fall prey to easy money, selling on the black market, or cheating in some form? I don't think so. I think this industry kind of encourages you to cut corners. It's unfortunate, but it does. And that's why I say that the only way to do this is to control it, not regulate it, because you really can't regulate it. Well, you can pass regulations and hope that the people abide by them, and that hope that if somebody doesn't, maybe somebody will be there on that day for an inspection and find that they aren't abiding by the regulations. But these regulations are really going to be self-regulating, and I think you need more control than that. As far as a cannabis authority, by the way, I don't think ever it should be headed by one person. That just sets you up for corruption. There should be 3, and all 3 should pretty much have to agree, or somebody should blow the whistle on the other 2 if there's funny business going on. I do believe that a cannabis authority should have full charge of this. They should take the land surveys, find the 3 or 4 best places where you could have large grows that were away from any residential people. I doubt that hardly anybody even knows that there's an asphalt plant at Carson Rock, because hardly anybody goes by there. You can pick spots so that most people in the county won't even know that there's pot being grown. And that will satisfy people who have quality of life issues. And those are valid issues. You move out here to retire, then there's somebody on the corner's got armed guards. Jesus, come on, what kind of a life is that? Plus, once you put them all in some central growing places, there's not going to be any black market sales. There's going to be too many people working there for you to pull something like that. And you're going to know if a grow is illegal out in a neighborhood because there aren't any legal grows out there. They're all in the county mandated spots. It makes sense. As I say, 300 jobs in Montgomery County, $30 million a year from the County Liquor Authority.
Thank you very much. Well, that closed public comment. Bring it back to the board. Further comment, questions, or a motion? Item 20. Supervisor Mills.
Yes, back on October 1st, I had asked the question of how many staff hours were used in developing to date, and no guesses, please. This is October 22nd. I have yet to get an answer to that question. I would strongly recommend that we know that number so that the costs can be truly applied to the program and not simply applied to the general fund. There is no financing here, again. So we're developing something without knowing I can't build a building like this. If I'm going to go out and build a building, I need to know what it's going to cost me and what materials am I going to use. There's nothing here. This is just simply creating something without any funding mechanisms.
Thank you. Is there a question? Is there statements or a motion on this item, number 20? Supervisor Stopper?
This is part of 9.22. This is part of the implementation of 9.22 was in item 18. The fee structure in 19, it is where the money's coming from for the Division of Cannabis Control to conduct the background checks. And in moving forward, knowing the structure of an ordinance to apply fees, and then having the fees to know what to build your budget off of is what I believe to be the proper order of things. If we did not know what our budget was going to be for revenue as opposed to expenditures, which is why the fee studies applied, then you don't build a budget off of something that's up in the air. That's my perception of the situation. So at this point, we aren't to the point of building the budget. And with that, I will move this item.
Thank you. I have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second the item.
Moved by Supervisor Stopper, second by Supervisor Callaway. Further discussion? Call the question, do the roll. Sorry about that, Madam Clerk.
Supervisor Stopper.
Aye.
Supervisor Callaway.
Yes.
Supervisor Toffenelli.
I can't support this, no.
Supervisor Mills.
No.
Supervisor Garamendi.
Aye.
We have a 3-2 vote to approve and adopt the resolution with Supervisors Toffenelli and Mills voting no.
Thank you. At this time, we are going to close the closed session that was left open and report out.
Item 2 today on the closed session agenda was conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, one case pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2. There was no reportable action taken.
Thank you very much. Move on to supervisor announcements.
Supervisor announcements. In compliance with AB 1234, chaptered as Government Code Section 53232.3D, board members shall provide brief reports on meetings they attended at the expense of the local agency at the next regular meeting of the legislative body. This report is required to include meetings attended for which there has been expense reimbursement, such as mileage, meals, lodging, etc., but may also, at the board member's discretion, include any other meeting attended by the supervisor on behalf of the county.
Who would like to go first? Supervisor Toffenelli, D1?
Sure. I attended Mother Load job training meeting yesterday in place of Mr. Stopper, and I also attended Central Sierra Child Support Agency meeting with Supervisor Callaway. Both of those were in the city of Sonora, Tuolumne County, but I will not be turning in any expense form for it, as normally I don't. So that's all I have. Well, excuse me, Ben, I'm sorry. And Ben and I also held a town hall meeting in Valley Springs concerning the Valley Springs community plan. And Mr. Mauer is supposed to have, after a conversation with him today, earlier, have up on the website for the planning department, a copy of both plans that were proposed for Valley Springs community plans and also a rough draft of combining those two, and it's asking for everybody's comments on it. Please, if you can, go to the website, planning department, click on Valley Springs Community Plan, go over both plans, and then go over to the draft that combines both those and make your comments on it. We're going to hold a second community meeting, town hall meeting, going over all the comments that we've collected during the next couple months. We're going to wait till after the holidays before we have that next town hall. So it's going to be a couple months to be able to get in and get a bunch of comments and then have that meeting and go over all those comments. So please, please go to the website. That's the planning department's website, Valley Springs Community Plan.
Thank you very much, Supervisor. Supervisor Stopper?
I would like to reiterate what Mr. Toffenelli just said about the Valley Springs Community Plan. Please make your comments and prior, as soon as possible. We would like everyone's input. I'll try to reach out to different people in the communities on their input on the small section that I'm in there, but I'm more than willing to work with Supervisor Toffenelli so that we can come to ends on the combining of those community plans so we can move forward with it and move beyond it here in the near future. Thank you, Gary, for stepping in there yesterday for me at the Milo Job Training Agency meeting. I went ahead and attended the industry working group with our new chief building official, Doug Oliver, over here at Health and Human Services yesterday. There was many contractors, engineers, architects, and other people wanting to develop that were at the meeting. It was a good roundtable discussion of community members with our chief building official and how he plans to start running the building department and how he's working with staff so that we can start facilitating a process that is beneficial to everyone as we move forward. And it was a really good meeting, and I would suggest any supervisors that can make an industry working group meeting in the future, make at least one. I know Mr. Mills has been to some of them in the past, and it's really beneficial to see how the process is proceeding and how our new chief building official is stepping up to address the issues from the public.
Thank you, Supervisor Stopper. Supervisor Mills?
Yes, last Thursday I attended the Eastern San Joaquin Groundwater Basin in Lodi, and again, I won't be turning in any billing for it either. But there is going to be some cost allocation coming up as soon as the less financially benefited community, our water districts, kind of work out what their piece of that puzzle is. There's a discussion about, do we do this by population, by the amount of gallons pumped? So there's still a lot of conversation around that, and until that's worked out, we won't have a firm number. The other thing that I had brought up this morning, and I would like to reiterate, is a call for polling of the board for a special meeting regarding our issue with the CAO and how this board wants to, what statement we want to make and what, if any, moves we'd like to make as a result of what had happened. And I would defer to the rest of the board as to what that decision would be.
Supervisor Mills, just so I'm clear, you're asking for a poll for a special meeting specifically regarding the CAO's work performance, I'm assuming.
That probably would that be the best way to put it?
That's the only thing.
That's the only way we think we can do. So you're correct.
Is that a closed session item?
It would be a closed session item.
So it would not be specifically a special meeting for the public. It would be a closed session item on
correct
our job performance of our CAO.
Correct.
And then we can have these discussions agendized for that.
I'm not sure why that would be different than doing it on any other regular agenda, but I've been asked for a poll, so I will hold it. Supervisor Callaway.
Microphone, please.
If Mr. Mills is asking for a performance appraisal of the CAO, then it needs to be agendized like any other performance appraisal is of staff, which means it won't be until the 5th, and I won't be here. So unless you want to have... No. It's the first meeting of Tuesday, and...
So, Kelly, this is just on the special meeting request,
Well,
not a day.
not a date. Oh, well. No, I don't see a need for a special meeting.
Supervisor Toffenelli?
Sure, yes.
Supervisor Stopper?
If you'd rethink your poll, sir,
I'm listening.
the performance appraisal, so that we can put it on an agenda in the near future as soon as possible. I don't think a special meeting's gonna
Change anything?
expedite the process for you.
It won't.
I don't believe so.
So we get it
So
on-
could
get
you
it on
rethink
the-
your poll?
So if you're willing to go with putting it on an agenda for, you said it won't be available on the 5th, Ms. Callaway, so.
I think at this point, we'd have to, we have not done a 6-month review of someone before, so we'll have to develop a format to do that. So coming up with a specific date is a challenge.
And I would leave that to staff as to when would be the best date to work that out.
Hopefully sooner than later.
Sooner
But
than later.
I would support something on a 6-month performance appraisal, as Supervisor Garamendi has talked about, and then the staff to be able to bring it forward in due course, if you were to switch your poll.
I'll switch my poll.
Would you like to restate your poll, withdraw and restate?
So we would be, you'd have to develop the protocol for a 6-month performance appraisal to be done at the soonest available regular meeting.
Very well. Let's go through this again. Let's come down the list. Supervisor Toffenelli?
Well, I misunderstood what he was asking before, because I thought we were just going to have a special meeting to discuss the CAO, what's going on, how long he's going to be out, what's the plan, so we have some way of knowing as a board what's happening. That's what I thought we were polling for, not a performance evaluation. So if we're going to agendize one and put together what that evaluation is going to look like, sure. I mean, we need to evaluate not only the CAO's position, but other positions too, that we haven't done for a long time. But I would be in favor of that, but I would also be in favor of having at least a special board meeting to at least go over our plans or what's going on, so we have some idea of what's happening with Al and moving forward, and when he's coming back. I'm hearing so many different things, operations. I mean, as a board, he's our CAO. I would like to at least have some information to know what's going on.
We will,
And that's what I thought we were polling on,
I
so.
was looking for
okay.
originally, but
Well, which poll would you like to go with, Supervisor Mills?
then let's start with a special meeting to review
All right. Special meeting to review
where we are at with
where
our
we're
CAO
at.
right
We're
now.
going to come in for a special meeting
Is
to
that a
talk about
public
when he's
meeting
coming
now?
back.
I don't care
Supervisor
if-
Toffenelli?
I don't care if it's public or closed or what, but I would like to at least have that special meeting, which I think is overdue, we should have had. At least so we have, as a board, going forward, as a whole, what we can expect, what we're going to do, direction we're going to give, so forth. Because at this point, I'm not sure when he will return. The last email that I got, and the only email that I got, said he would be back this week, but apparently he's not going to be back this week. So where do we go? What do we,
We will, I think we all recognize there's privacy issues and HIPAA and other things, so we won't get into that. So the poll is to have a special meeting so we could discuss when CAO is coming back and what's going on. Supervisor Stopper?
I'm so confused. I honestly want to know also, because you know, on everything proceeding, I want to know how we're proceeding as a county, and everything, but I don't think it's, a conversation right now. I think it would go hand in hand with the performance appraisal, and we could schedule that in with the performance appraisal at the same time.
We're just doing on a special meeting.
Okay, special meeting.
Performance appraisal's been pulled back.
Give me a second, I need to think about this, and I'm kind of curious as how we're going to do it, so.
Supervisor Callaway?
I will be gone next week. I'm at the state LAFCO conference, and I'm one of the speakers. So I will not be here.
The question is not when we're going to have the poll, but not when we're going to have the meeting, but to have a special meeting.
Board, would it be, I mean, certainly there can be an announcement, an update to the board as to when CAO Alt will physically be back in the office. As you all know, he has been emailing and has been conducting business. So he's delegated a deputy to sit here today. We can reach out to him and ask for an update of when he will be returning. But I want to caution the board as far as, you know, we can hold a special meeting if that's what you would like. There are limitations of what we can and can't talk about in closed session versus open session. So I'm not clear at this point, based on this polling, what this board is actually wanting to do.
You know, I think what I'm hearing is that people would like to have an evaluation where they get a chance to talk about the performance of the CAO. I would expect the CAO to communicate with all of us what he feels comfortable with when he's going to be back in the office. As we all know, he's been working remotely.
I don't know that. I have not received a single email from this man or anybody
We will
else.
continue the poll. Who wants to have a special meeting on this issue? Supervisor Mills, Supervisor Toffenelli, are yes. Supervisor Stopper was contemplating it. Supervisor Callaway?
I won't be in town.
We're not setting a date. It's just when do we want, we could have that meeting any day of the week.
Well, I'll be gone for, in essence, the next 2 weeks.
So I need an up or down.
So it's a no for me.
Okay. Supervisor Stopper?
We need the entire board there, so no on the special meeting.
Very well. I vote no on the special meeting as well. Supervisor Mills, would you like to make a separate motion?
Well, then I would ask for a performance evaluation as soon as can be scheduled, and he is available for that evaluation.
Very well. Performance evaluation as soon as it can be scheduled and format put together and whatnot. Is that full?
Correct.
Supervisor Toffenelli?
Yes.
Supervisor Stopper?
Yes.
Supervisor Callaway?
Yes.
Supervisor Garamendi? Yes.
Sir,
Yes.
may I poll the board? I'll make it easy. Can we get an update from, let's say, the CAO on what his schedule is and when he feels he'll be back? Send in an email to us so that we may know when we can expect him back. I think that's,
Supervisor Stopper?
is that within the confines of us not having a Brown Act violation?
I think that's fine. Probably let us know. If you'd like, I'll make.
Ms. Stedfield, I just want to make sure it's legitimate.
Staff communicates to the board. The board cannot reply all or communicate together.
Very good.
So I will ask him to do that. So I'm assuming you don't need a formal poll on that?
I would appreciate it if he would do that.
You
I would appreciate if he would do that for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Callaway? Ginny is calling.
No,
No?
I'm at LAFCO next week, and I have a personal thing the week after.
We can't hear you at all. I'm sorry.
I have LAFCO next week, all week, and another issue the week after.
Okay. I have nothing to report, Madam Deputy CAO. Madam Counsel, Madam Clerk. I haven't heard any updates about the PSPS, so who knows, maybe PG&E was just calling me with their voicemail. Declare this meeting closed. Okay.